Chapter 647. In the past, Long Fei Yi replied, I didn't spend much time at Tianshan. Before I turned 18, I went there once a year. After that, I didn't go much. I haven't been back for 3 or 4 years now. Han Yunshi didn't say anything. She just narrowed her eyes at him. Long Fei Yi knew that he didn't answer the main point. He didn't know if it was difficult to coax other women, but he knew that he couldn't coax this one. She either didn't ask, or once she did, she would get to the bottom of it. Every time I went up the mountain and received Master's guidance, I would go into seclusion to cultivate. After I came out of seclusion, I would immediately leave the mountain, Long Fei Yi said. Didn't you go up and down the mountain together? Didn't you send her back to Western Zhou's imperial city? Han Yunshi asked angrily. She wasn't a narrow-minded person, but when it came to Long Fei Yi, she was especially narrow-minded and narrow-minded. She couldn't tolerate even the slightest stain. This man had to belong to her completely. She refused to share anything with him, whether it was in the past or in the future. Long Fei Yi didn't answer. He just looked at her and smiled helplessly. What are you laughing at? For the first time in her life, Han Yunshi was almost angered to death. Long Fei Yi ignored her and shouted at the coachman outside, Go and order some dishes first. Give me a plate of vinegar cabbage. Han Yunshi flew into a rage out of humiliation and kicked him. Long Fei Yi, I'm not joking with you. You're still hung up on Duanmu Bei's words? Long Fei Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Didn't he already explain clearly to Duanmu Bei when he was in Western Zhou? This woman actually knew how to bring up old scores. Then didn't your master often order you to take care of her? Did you go? This was definitely something that Han Yunshi minded the most. Last time, when Duanmu Yao came to find Long Fei Yi on Elder Kenzo's orders, he followed her without a word. This showed how important Elder Kenzo was to him. Based on the letter from the old man in Kenzo, it was obvious that this was not the first time he ordered Long Fei Yi to do so. God knows how many times he had given this order. Long Fei Yi looked at her. There was a complicated look in his eyes, but he did not answer. Han Yunshi also looked at him and waited. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't say anything. She couldn't care less about being angry. Her heart was thumping wildly and her brows were tightly knitted together. She was very nervous. Answer me. The more nervous she was, the fiercer she became. The past, Long Fei Yi had just opened his mouth when Han Yunshi suddenly covered his mouth and said bluntly, Enough. What's done is done. I'm hungry. Let's eat. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Her face was even more like a child's in June, changing at will. Just as she was about to get out of the car, Long Fei Yi suddenly hugged her waist from behind and pulled her into his embrace. You're not angry anymore? Han Yunshi shook her head. Why is that? Long Fei asked with interest. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi said, Long Fei Yi, I'm scared. She turned around and looked at him seriously. Long Fei Yi, I'm scared. I'm scared that no matter how hard I try, I won't be able to erase your past. I won't be able to be your one and only. Tell me, what should I do? She had always been a person who didn't believe in heaven or earth. She only believed in herself. No matter how difficult it was, as long as she wanted to do it, she would definitely be able to do it. However, she couldn't do anything about his past. She couldn't participate in the things that he had experienced. She couldn't stop him from doting on others. How helpless! Long Fei Yi's heart trembled slightly. He couldn't help but hug Han Yunshi tighter, wishing that he could rub her into his body. This was probably the longest confession he had ever heard. She let him hug her tightly and said frankly, I mind a lot. Long Fei Yi, what should we do? If she was facing someone else, perhaps she would be able to get past this hurdle in her heart. After all, she was such a carefree woman. However, facing him, she couldn't convince herself to ignore and forget him. Thinking about it, she would feel terrible and suffocated. He gently patted her back and said mildly, "Are you that greedy?" Han Yunshi replied sadly, "Yes, unfortunately. I can't be greedy anymore." Long Fei wanted to laugh, but his heart ached at the same time. He'd never seen Han Yunshi so despondent before. He buried his head by her ear, and was practically biting it as he said word by word, "Han Yunshi, remember this. This prince will only have you in this lifetime. This prince will only serve you, no matter if it's in the past or in the future. There will only be you and no one else." As he spoke, he was about to back away, but he closed in again. He held her face in his hands domineeringly and planted a fierce kiss on her lips. This was their exclusive way of sealing a contract. Han Yunshi's entire world lit up. She was no longer cautious, and was almost instantly full of vigor. She regained her original carefree and uninhibited nature, daring to love and hate. She pressed Long Fei's face with both hands and began to ask for details. "What did your master order you to do previously?" "I don't remember." Long Fei was telling the truth. How could he remember such a thing? Think about it. Han Yunshi's heart was itching. If she didn't ask clearly, she wouldn't be able to sleep. It's about the same as in that letter. Long Fei really didn't want to think about it. After confirming that he had really forgotten, Han Yunshi was very satisfied. "It's good that you've forgotten." After hearing these words, Long Fei suddenly realized that this woman had set a trap for him. If he had really remembered something just now, the consequences would have been very serious. "Then how did you reject it?" Han Yunshi continued to ask. "I obeyed in public but opposed in private." He had never disobeyed any orders in front of his master, but in private, he rarely obeyed orders. For example, when his master ordered him to take care of Duanmu Yao until she turned 18, his care was only to ensure that she didn't die. Didn't Duanmu Yao complain? Han Yunshi was puzzled. Long Fei shook his head. Han Yunshi asked again, "Why?" "I don't know." Long Fei was getting impatient. Han Yunshi knew when to stop and didn't pursue the matter. She was more concerned about another matter. "Why does Elder Kenzo dote on Duanmu Yao so much? It's not just because of her talent, right?" In terms of talent and level of martial arts, Long Fei was miles ahead of Duanmu Yao. Elder Kenzo should dote on Long Fei more. Why would he order Long Fei to serve Duanmu Yao? There must be a secret behind this. There were many things that Long Fei wanted to tell Han Yunshi when they went to Sky Mountain. Now that she had asked, he didn't intend to hide it any longer. He had already steeled his heart to take her to Sky Mountain, so there was nothing to hide. Duanmu Yao's talent is very similar to my late Shermu's. Shermu was also Master's disciple. Long Fei sighed. She was Master's first disciple. It's just that this isn't known to the public. Master didn't accept any disciples because of Shermu's wife. Duanmu Yao and I went to Sky Mountain together. That day, Elder Kenzo was in a good mood because of Duanmu Yao and even accepted me as his disciple. Han Yunshi was very surprised. The outside world had always said that Long Fei and Duanmu Yao were exceptionally talented, so Elder Kenzo made an exception and accepted them as his disciples. She hadn't expected the truth to be like this. In other words, it was all thanks to Duanmu Yao that Long Fei had joined Tianshan Kenzo. Duanmu Yao doesn't know about this herself. Master only told me. This has to do with his reputation. Before Long Fei could finish, Han Yunshi said, "Don't worry, it'll be kept a secret." Although Cloud Realm Continent's culture was more civilized, the world didn't tolerate master and disciple relationship. Elder Kenzo was a man of virtue and prestige, so he would never do something so immoral. Once news of this got out, it wouldn't just destroy Elder Kenzo's reputation, but all of Sky Mountain itself. No one would dare to send their children up the mountain then. Shermu's wife died from qi deviation due to the reverse flow of true qi. Long Fei said. After Shermu's wife passed away, Master's hair turned white overnight and he lost his mind. A few years ago, he was still under control, but over the past few years, he's fluctuated between good and bad. When he fell ill, he wouldn't even recognize me, only Duanmu Yao. Han Yunxi was stunned. She knew Long Feiyi had been hiding something from her about Sky Mountain, but never expected it to be something like this. From what she understood, Elder Kenzo's hair had turned white overnight 30 years ago because of his cultivation. She never expected him to be hurt so tragically because of love. How heartbroken must his heart be if his hair turned white overnight? In a flash, Han Yunxi's anger and complaints towards Elder Kenzo vanished. Long Feiyi didn't need to explain. She could understand why Elder Kenzo treated Duanmu Yao so well. Does Tsang Qiuzi know about this? Han Yunxi asked. Master treats Duanmu Yao well. He suspected it before, but he doesn't know the truth. Long Feiyi said. Tang Zijin and Tang Li aren't clear on the matter. Only you, me, and Duanmu Yao know. Once you're on Sky Mountain, pretend you don't know anything. Elder Kenzo wasn't completely insane, but only had occasional relapses. He had once warned him and Duanmu Yao not to tell anyone about this. Long Feiyi had sent Tang Li to Sky Mountain multiple times to gather information, but he'd only gotten general information. Elder Kenzo's subordinates were all tight-lipped, so it was impossible to find out anything about him. Even Duanmu Yao only knew that the sword sect master had gone mad. As for why he had gone mad, she didn't know the truth. Telling Han Yunxi was an exception. Leaving aside Tsang Qiuzi and the other members of Sky Mountain, Carefree City and the City of Daughters had been restless over the past few years. All sorts of factions were vying for control of Cloud Realm Continent's martial arts circles. Elder Kenzo was the true pillar of Sky Mountain. If anything happened to him, the martial arts circles would fall into chaos. After all, chaos in the martial arts circles would be no less disastrous than a war between nations. Han Yunxi understood and said, It looks like we'll have to deal with Tsang Qiuzi properly when we get to Sky Mountain this time. With the martial arts circles restless, Sky Mountain couldn't afford to fall into chaos on its own. Long Feiyi rubbed her nose with a smile. You don't need to worry. Restrain yourself a little when the time comes so you don't anger Master. Don't worry, I'll yield to him. Han Yunxi agreed. She knew it was hard to avoid running into Duanmu Yao then. As long as the girl didn't push things too far, she wouldn't fuss. Han Yunxi hadn't underestimated Duanmu Yao, but Elder Kenzo's ability to spoil people. She'd probably regret it then. Long Feiyi didn't care about any of that, but a complicated look flickered past his eyes. Dealing with Tsang Qiuzi was secondary to undoing the seal in his body this summer. Should he tell Han Yunxi about this? Chapter 648. The matter of the seal was a long story and involved many people. Long Feiyi had been forced to remove the seal in the abyss of the medicine-requesting cave. Although he had saved Gu Beiwe, he had suffered internal injuries. He had only just recovered a few days ago. Han Yunxi knew nothing about this matter. As for whether Gu Beiwe had noticed, she wasn't sure. However, Gu Beiwe was a smart person. Even if he had noticed, he might not have asked. The seal on Long Feiyi's body was called the Love-Devouring Seal. It had been placed on him 2 years after he had become Kenzo's disciple. Tianshan Kenzo had countless sword techniques, but only one set of internal strength technique. It was called the Nirvana Mantra. Anyone who practiced the Tianshan sword techniques had to practice the Nirvana Mantra. Anyone who practiced the Nirvana Mantra had to accept a seal to permanently seal away the negative qi in their body. When Long Feiyi had first joined the sect, Kenzo had placed a seal on him to seal away the negative qi in his body. Then, he had begun to teach him how to cultivate internal strength. Long Feiyi was extremely talented and diligent. In just 1 year, he had completed 50% of his internal strength, setting a new record in Tianshan Kenzo. However, one day, when he was learning sword techniques from Kenzo, the seal on his body was suddenly broken. The internal strength he had cultivated for a year leaked out and disappeared. Kenzo was shocked and continued to place a seal on Long Fei Yi. Unfortunately, the seal was still broken a year later. Long Fei Yi had wasted another year of his cultivation. Kenzo didn't understand why either. All he knew was that Long Fei Yi wasn't suited to practice the Nirvana mantra. Once he couldn't practice the Nirvana mantra, he was destined to be unable to practice sword technique. In other words, Long Fei Yi had no reason to stay in Tianshan Kenzo. It wasn't easy for her to become Kenzo's disciple. Moreover, it was a closed-door disciple. How could Tang Yuan miss this opportunity? She secretly hoped that her son would one day become the successor of Tianshan Kenzo and take control of Wulin. Tang Yuan told Elder Kenzo about Long Fei Yi's past and took out the East Qin imperial family's love-devouring seal, which had never been used before. She begged Elder Kenzo to use it to seal Long Fei Yi. The Lustbite seal was the most precious treasure of the East Qin imperial family. Only those with limitless internal strength could activate it. Anyone who was sealed by this seal would be able to gather qi into strength. Outside of the body's true qi, all the unrighteous qi would form a powerful force called the Lustbite force. The Lustbite power was an evil power. If one couldn't control it, one would suffer from qi deviation. No one knew if it was serious. However, this power would always be sealed under the Lustbite seal. Unless the seal was removed, it would be impossible to use it. When Elder Kenzo placed the seal on Long Fei Yi's body, he had spent a lot of effort to give him 3 chances to remove the seal on his own. Moreover, these chances were temporary. A price had to be paid to remove the seal, and each time the price was greater than the last. That time at Medicine Requesting Cave was Long Fei Yi's first time removing the seal on his own. It had to be said that the price had been steep. Removing the seal required the person who'd placed it. In this world, only Elder Kenzo could undo Long Fei Yi's love-devouring seal. Kenzo had once said that Long Fei Yi would never remove the seal unless he could fully control the Lustbite force. The Lustbite seal had a taboo rule. Its user had to be a virgin. Otherwise, the seal would self-destruct and the Lustbite force would vanish within 3 days. After being injured by Zhangqiuzi last time, Long Fei Yi's internal energy had not only recovered, but improved with each passing day. He was confident that he could control the Lustbite force. His trip to Celestial Mountain this time wasn't just to fulfill his promise to Han Yunxi. According to his plans, he was supposed to head to Celestial Mountain after stabilizing the western regions. This year, Elder Kenzo had gone into closed-door cultivation frequently, while Zhangqiuzi had turned Tianshan Kenzo into a foul atmosphere. Moreover, he'd sent people to investigate Elder Kenzo's daily life multiple times, as if he suspected something. It was time for Long Fei Yi to get involved in Celestial Mountain's internal affairs. He needed the Lustbite force to deal with Zhangqiuzi and his accomplices. How was he supposed to explain this to Han Yunxi? How much could he explain? Long Fei Yi was still hesitating when the driver called from outside. "Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei, please go upstairs for dinner." The driver was a dutiful servant, but he was worried about his master's stomachs. If this dragged on any longer, they might as well eat dinner instead. "Let's get off the carriage." Long Fei Yi stopped hesitating. One day, he'd take this woman to pay respects to Imperial Father and Mu Fei. Then he'd tell her everything about East Qin, including the past she'd never been a part of. While other couples quarreled at the head of the bed and made up at the end, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi quarreled and made up in the carriage. When Han Yunxi saw the delicious vinegar cabbage on the table upstairs, she almost laughed out loud. Long Fei Yi, on the other hand, was very calm. He gave the driver a cold glance without a word. The driver had no idea where he'd gone wrong, so he didn't dare to ask His Highness Duke of Qin. Instead, he cautiously asked Han Yunxi, "Esteemed Wang Fei, shall we begin to order?" Han Yunxi said, "No need. Just bring the rice and a pot of tea." The driver was even more puzzled. He snuck a glance at His Highness Duke of Qin and saw that he didn't have any objections, so he did as he was told. Just like that, Han Yunshi and Long Fei ended up in the most expensive private room of the most expensive restaurant in the county. They ate a meal of white rice paired with vinegar-stewed cabbage. The driver uncle who couldn't figure it out peeked in from outside the door and saw that His Highness Duke of Qin didn't move his chopsticks much. It seemed like he didn't like sour food, but esteemed Wang Fei kept forcing him to eat. Multiple times, she put food in his mouth, but he still obediently ate. It had to be said that the driver almost didn't recognize His Highness Duke of Qin after seeing this scene. Who would have thought that Cloud Realm Continent's coldest monarch would dote on his wife so much? He was completely at her mercy. A meal of vinegar cabbage made Han Yunshi forget all her unhappiness. On the way back to Yaoshui, she slept peacefully in Long Fei Ye's arms while cultivating the second level of the poison storage space. A few days later, they arrived at a side courtyard in Yaoshui and were surprised to see Duanmu Yao sitting by herself on the front step. She seemed to be waiting for them to come back. How did she find this place? What was she doing here? Duanmu Yao was dressed in a spotless white muslin gown with a bright red waistcoat. Her entire person emanated an indescribable air of immortality. She sat there hugging her knees, looking both lovely and pitiful. Anyone who saw her would stop to take a second look. Long Fei glanced at her with a hint of impatience in his eyes. Han Yunshi's face turned black as she glared at Long Fei. She knows about this side courtyard too? Long Fei Ye's side courtyards were spread all over the world, but not everyone knew about them. Someone must have leaked the information. Have Chu Shifeng look into it later, Long Fei said. Now Han Yunshi grew serious. Could it be there's a spy? Who could have known about the side courtyard in Yaoshui and leaked the information to Duanmu Yao? Go to the northern suburbs. Send someone to pick up Gu Beiwei, Long Fei said. Long Fei had another estate in the northern suburbs, so Han Yunshi decided to have Duanmu Yao wait here. The driver was about to turn around when someone suddenly shouted from behind. Han Yunshi, are you in the carriage? Old uncle, esteemed Wang Fei is in the carriage, right? This voice, it's so familiar. Han Yunshi didn't even need to look to know that it was Mu Linger. Truly, an awn had fallen into the eye of a needle. What a coincidence! That damned girl couldn't have arrived earlier or later, but now of all times. If Han Yunshi remembered correctly, this wasn't the first time Mu Ling had ruined her plans. If Mu Ling wasn't Han Yunshi's cousin, what would have happened to her? Suspense. Han Yunshi peeked through the window and saw that Duanmu Yao had already stood up and was walking over. Mu Ling was riding a horse alone and had just arrived. When she saw Long Fei Ye's carriage, her attention was completely focused on it, so she hadn't noticed Duanmu Yao standing at the gate. Han Yunshi and Long Fei didn't say anything. The driver smiled and said, Miss Ling His Highness and esteemed Wang Fei aren't in the carriage. They haven't come back yet. Then Gu. Mu Ling almost blurted out the name Gu, but she stopped herself in time. Then what about Gu Beiwei? Is he here? Without waiting for the driver to reply, she asked, Also, is Old Man Pillfiend here? The driver was anxious to help his master get rid of the trouble, so he nodded. They're all here. Quickly go in. This old servant still has matters to attend to, so I'm in a hurry to leave. Mu Ling was in a hurry to find the Qi brother she'd been thinking about day and night, but when she turned around, she was shocked to see Duanmu Yao standing there. Duanmu Yao's figure flashed to the front of the carriage. She smiled. Uncle Gao, are you going to pick up my senior brother? Miss Duanmu, what are you doing here? Uncle Gao was the first to see Duanmu Yao, but he feigned shock. He'd served His Highness Duke of Qin for many years and had traveled extensively with him. Naturally, he understood this junior sister of his well. I have an urgent matter to discuss with my senior brother. If you're going to pick him up, I'll go with you. Duanmu Yao prepared to board the carriage. Uncle Gao hurriedly stopped her. No, no. His Highness and esteemed Wang Fei are out and not in Yaoshui. This old servant is in a hurry to see a vet. These 4 horses are all sick. Mu Ling was gullible, but Duanmu Yao wasn't. She looked at the 4 horses and couldn't see anything wrong with them. She was determined to believe that Uncle Gao was going to pick up Duanmu Yao. If her senior brother hadn't needed the carriage, Uncle Gao wouldn't have casually taken it out. After all, this carriage was her senior brother's favorite and he'd never let anyone touch it. Even she, who'd been his junior sister for so many years, had taken many carriages with him. She'd also taken many of the Duke of Qin's private carriages, but she'd never taken this one. In truth, she didn't have to make things difficult for Uncle Gao. She could have just followed him in secret and found her senior brother. But she didn't want to miss this opportunity. She wanted to sit in this carriage, lean against the high pillow he always leaned on, taste the black tea he drank every day, and feel his scent. It had been far too long since she'd seen him. She missed his appearance and his voice so much that she was about to go crazy. Where's the vet? Duanmu Yao asked seriously. In the south of the city, Uncle Gao replied offhandedly. I happen to be heading south as well. Give me a ride. Duanmu Yao wanted to board the carriage again. The driver tried to stop her, but Duanmu Yao discreetly pushed his hand away. Mu Ling wanted to stop her as well, but Duanmu Yao suddenly jumped into the carriage and lifted the curtains. She was stunned. Because inside the carriage. Chapter 649. The moment Duanmu Yao lifted the curtains, she was so shocked that she couldn't make a sound. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. She didn't want to look, but she couldn't move her eyes away. It was as if she had been petrified, standing motionless in front of the carriage. Her hands were tightly gripping the curtains. Uncle Gao glanced into the carriage, then immediately turned back. His expression was one of amazement. Although he had heard about it before, this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Reality proved that there was a huge difference between seeing with one's own eyes and hearing with one's own ears. Mu Linger had wanted to pull Duanmu Yao down, but when she saw the situation, she walked over suspiciously. She took a look, then immediately turned back like Uncle Gao. Her face instantly turned red, and she didn't know what to do. Heavens, Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi were in the carriage. Heavens, the 2 of them were actually kissing. Heavens, Duanmu Yao had already lifted the curtains, but they were still kissing so passionately, so selflessly. Long Fei Yi was casually leaning back on the high pillow, Han Yunxi's entire body pressed against his. Her arms were wrapped around his neck, and his arms were wrapped around her waist. The 2 of them were so close together. As they kissed, Long Fei Yi actually lifted his slender legs and wrapped them around Han Yunxi's legs, completely trapping her on his body. Duanmu Yao witnessed this scene with her own eyes. She could clearly hear the sound of her heart being flung to the ground, shattering into pieces. How could this be? How could this be? How could she forget such a scene? She wouldn't be able to forget it for the rest of her life. She couldn't see Han Yunxi's expression, but she could see Long Fei Yi's lowered eyelids as he kissed Han Yunxi in a delirious frenzy. Greed, infatuation, passion, and unable to stop. His chiseled face, his handsome features, his natural domineering aura, and his manly wildness in the midst of delirium. It was hard to imagine what it would feel like to be under his delights. At this very moment, wasn't Han Yunxi bearing all of his weight? His dominance, his wildness. Only God knew how intense his kiss was. Han Yunxi made muffled sounds, as if she was protesting, but also as if she was satisfied. He liked the sound of her voice and deepened the kiss. But to Duanmu Yao's ears, that ambiguous sound was ear-piercing. Her hands were trembling, her heart was trembling, and her entire body was trembling. She knew that she couldn't continue watching, or she would definitely go crazy. However, she couldn't take her eyes off her. She was afraid that she would miss it. She was afraid that she didn't know how much love and affection Han Yunshi had received from Long Feiyi. Why did Han Yunshi get it? What was so good about Han Yunshi? What does Long Feiyi like about Han Yunshi? She would learn and imitate, wouldn't that work? Was it too late? Duanmu Yao was about to go crazy from jealousy. As Han Yunshi's muffled sounds grew louder, Long Feiyi let go of her long legs first before releasing her cherry lips. He didn't say anything, but kept his eyes on Han Yunshi, completely ignoring Duanmu Yao, who was standing at the side. He had never liked to bother with such troublesome matters. When he encountered one, he would just walk away. However, Han Yunshi questioned him. Why should I avoid her? Are you afraid of her? Han Yunshi was about to get out of the car, but Duanmu Yao lifted the curtain first. Hence, Han Yunshi turned around and leaned on him, kissing him so passionately that he didn't want to stop. Han Yunshi was really frightened by the kiss. She was almost out of breath. She lay on Long Feiyi's chest, gasping for air. Duanmu Yao stood at the side, tears streaming down her cheeks. Just as she was about to speak, Long Feiyi suddenly turned around and pressed Han Yunshi under his body. He supported himself with one hand on the bed, while the other trailed down her waist. His tall, refined body was above her, and his slender back, full of strength, was enough to make one's imagination run wild. No! Han Yunshi couldn't help but cry out. No, no! Senior brother, you! Duanmu Yao finally burst into tears. She was about to rush in when Long Feiyi angrily waved his hand. Scram! Only the heavens knew how displeased Long Feiyi was to be disturbed. He had long forgotten that there was someone beside him and was completely immersed in the moment. His wave of his hand caused Duanmu Yao to fall off the carriage to the side. When the curtain fell, Han Yunshi finally burst into laughter. After so many battles with Duanmu Yao, this seemed to be the most enjoyable. She didn't need to use her hands, nor did she need to use her brain. There was no way Duanmu Yao was competing with her for a man. Han Yunshi was truly wicked. Just as she was rejoicing that her evil scheme had succeeded, Long Feiyi unexpectedly didn't laugh. He continued with his eyes lowered. His hand had already brushed past the base of her large buttocks. Through the material of her clothes, the strange feeling of caressing her made Han Yunshi quiver and her entire body tense. What was he trying to do? She was putting on an act, but he was very serious. His face was silent, and there was a bottomless darkness hidden in his eyes. Han Yunshi could clearly feel the heat coming from his lower abdomen. She finally realized that she had accidentally ignited a fire, and the fire was very big. She didn't reject him, but rather looked forward to it. He was her husband, after all. This was something she could openly admit. But this wasn't the right place. Not to mention the fact that this wasn't the right place, there were still people waiting outside. Long Feiyi's hand was about to enter when Han Yunshi anxiously pulled him back. If she didn't stop him now, she didn't know if she would be able to calm down. Long Feiyi, she said coquettishly. What are you doing? His hoarse voice had a hint of displeasure. You. She didn't know what to say. In the end, she whispered in his ear, Don't. Don't what? He pressed, his voice frighteningly deep. You're naughty. Han Yunshi suddenly pulled his hand. Long Feiyi seemed to have sobered up a little. His other hand was also on the bed, trapping her between his two hands. He frowned and looked at her. Who's naughty? Say it clearly. This time, she was really embarrassed. It's you. She covered her face and turned to the side. He slowly moved closer and kissed his way down her face and neck, deliberately tickling her. She wasn't afraid and shivered. She really couldn't stand it. All right. She was still speaking softly at first, but as he kissed his way down and rubbed his way down her arm to the softness in front of her body, she really couldn't take it anymore and shouted, All right. Long Fei, that's enough. Don't. Long Feiyi, that's enough. Don't. I don't want it. Go away. Long Fei Yi, I beg you. Long Fei Yi, you're naughty. You're naughty. Outside the carriage, Uncle Gao had already gone to wait in the distance. Mu Ling the naive little girl, was already blushing as red as a monkey's butt. She had her back to the carriage and was covering her ears, but she couldn't help but eavesdrop. As for Duanmu Yao, she was sitting beside the carriage, tears streaming down her face. She was in a sorry state. She raised her head to look at the tightly drawn carriage and listened to Han Yunxi's soft gasps of laughter. Her face was as pale as a corpse. She hated Han Yunxi to the core. She hated everything that had happened today, but she couldn't wait to find out how naughty he could be. How naughty! The senior she had admired since she was young, the reserved and taciturn senior, how could he be naughty? How could it be? Sob, sob, Duanmu Yao began to sob softly. What could be more devastating than this? Why was it that at this moment, even she herself felt so lowly, so defeated, so pitiful? Long Fei Yi, why are you treating me like this? Why? The coquettish cries and laughter continued in the carriage. Towards the end, even Long Fei Yi's laughter could be heard. Duanmu Yao was dumbfounded. She sat motionless on the ground. Those who didn't know better would think that she was crazy. After a long while, Long Fei Yi finally finished punishing Han Yunxi. Actually, the two of them didn't do anything. They only played for a while. Han Yunxi's entire body was tickled by Long Fei Yi. It was a lesson that left a deep impression. At this moment, she was lying on her back, gasping for breath. Long Fei Yi was sprawled on top of her. Get up, she urged. His weight wasn't light. Even though he didn't put all his weight on her, she still couldn't bear it. Let me lie down for a while. Be good. Long Fei Yi's voice was gentle, unlike his earlier ferocious state. Han Yunxi's heart softened so easily when it came to him. She gently stroked his back and realized that it was drenched in sweat. She couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? He asked. You're sweating just like that? She said frankly. What she meant was, Long Fei Yi propped himself up and looked at her seriously with furrowed brows. Just how bad are you? Han Yunxi felt very innocent. She naturally thought that way. She couldn't be blamed. She retorted, How am I bad? What are you thinking about again? Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi lowered his head and bit her ear, whispering, When this prince has some free time, he will know just how bad you are. Finally, Han Yunxi's ears started to heat up. Before long, her ears and face were completely red. Of course, she knew what he meant. So, he was thinking the same thing. By the time Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi were done tidying up and sitting down, half an incense stick had already passed. They didn't get off the carriage and ignored Duanmu Yao even more. Long Fei Yi said, Uncle Gao, why aren't we leaving? Uncle Gao hurried over to drive the carriage. At this time, Duanmu Yao finally recovered from her grief and despair. She suddenly stood up and spread her arms in front of the carriage to stop it. If she couldn't have it, then Han Yunxi shouldn't think about getting it either. Even if she got it, she wanted Han Yunxi to lose it. Senior brother, Master told me to look for you. Have you received his letter? Duanmu Yao asked loudly. It's useless. This prince has no time. Fram. Long Fei Yi said impatiently. Previously, he still had some camaraderie between fellow disciples, but after Duanmu Yao colluded with Jun Yixie, he couldn't be bothered to be courteous with her. Senior brother, I've brought Master's letter. Duanmu Yao took out a letter. It was indeed written by Elder Kenzo himself. When she found out that Master couldn't get in touch with Senior Brother, she told Master that she could find Senior Brother herself and have him give the letter to her. Master treated Senior Brother like a father. Senior Brother had never disobeyed any of Master's orders since he was young. She didn't believe that Senior Brother would disobey Master's orders for a woman. Uncle Gao, Long Fei Yi said. Uncle Gao quickly reached for the letter, but Duanmu Yao wouldn't give it to him. Master said that I have to give it to you personally and that you have to read it on the spot. Han Yunshi felt like she was going to be defeated by Duanmu Yao's shamelessness. She didn't need to guess to know that the letter in Duanmu Yao's hand was one of the 3 must-haves that Elder Kenzo had mentioned. Long Feiyi was about to speak when she stopped him and got off the carriage. Chapter 650. Long Feiyi didn't like to waste words, much less waste time with irrelevant people. Although Duanmu Yao held a lot of weight in the sword sect master's eyes and had considerable influence on Song Qiuzi's side, Long Fei still didn't place her in his eyes. If he wanted to meddle in Celestial Mountain's affairs, he didn't need Duanmu Yao's face. He didn't need her help, nor did he fear her interference. He was going to order someone to snatch the letter and leave, but he didn't say anything when he saw Han Yunshi get off the carriage. Instead, he quietly drank tea and took out the annals of the 7 noble families to study. If Han Yunshi liked to play, he'd let her be. If she went overboard, he'd clean up the mess for her. As soon as Han Yunshi got off the carriage, Uncle Gao withdrew. Duanmu Yao assumed that Long Feiyi would get off the carriage, but Han Yunshi got off alone. She felt disappointed and quickly wiped away her tears, not wanting Han Yunshi to see her in such a sorry state. Unfortunately, she could wipe away her tears, but the same couldn't be said for her disheveled state. Han Yunshi had already jumped off the carriage, but she sat back down and leaned lazily against the door frame, toying with the horsewhip in her hand. She didn't look at Duanmu Yao directly, but studied her from the side. Han Yunshi's gaze first rested on Duanmu Yao's feet, then slowly moved up and down her face. It was a standard look of contempt, full of disdain and disdain. Duanmu Yao found it an eyesore. Duanmu Yao was already feeling a little guilty, so Han Yunshi's scrutiny turned her shame into anger. Han Yunshi, what are you looking at? I'm looking at what a clingy person looks like, Han Yunshi said, before examining Duanmu Yao from head to toe. Now you can see clearly. You! Duanmu Yao was so angry that she almost attacked, but held back in the end. Since Han Yunshi dared to get out of the car, she must make her regret it for the rest of her life. Although Master didn't know about Song Qiuzi's marriage with the Tang clan, he did know that she'd come looking for senior brother to treat her injuries. No matter what, she couldn't make a move. Neither could her words or actions be in the wrong. She couldn't leave any evidence that could be used against her. She had to let Han Yunshi be in the wrong so that she could complain. So what if Han Yunshi was Senior Marshal Brother's official wife? Once she gave Master a bad impression, she would have no chance. One had to know that with his master's temper, once he didn't like someone, he would hate them to the core. There was no way he could change his mind. Duanmu Yao ignored Han Yunshi's humiliation and ignored her as a person. She said loudly, "Senior brother, are you going to disobey Master's orders? If you don't want to read this letter, I'll leave. I'll bring the letter back to Master later." It wasn't clear whether Long Feiyi heard her, but he was currently leaning lazily against a high pillow as he flipped through the pages of the annals of the 7 noble families. Han Yunshi grew angry as she narrowed her eyes at Duanmu Yao. This woman is obviously using the old Kenzo to threaten Long Feiyi. Who said Long Feiyi doesn't want to read this letter? You're the one who won't give it to him. Miss Duanmu, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for lying in broad daylight? Han Yunshi coldly asked. She's cursing me again. Duanmu Yao's rage boiled in her organs. She wanted nothing more than to curse her back, but for the sake of filing a complaint and not leaving any evidence behind, she held back. She took a deep breath before asking, Han Yunshi, you're a woman. Can't you talk things out properly? Why must you curse people? Han Yunshi smiled and tilted her head to ask the driver, did this Princess Consort curse people? Uncle Gao immediately shook his head. Han Yunshi then looked at Mu Linger, but before she could speak, Mu Linger ran over and asked, Han Yunshi, are you cursing people? Han Yunshi was very satisfied and said to Uncle Gao, here, you should learn more from Miss Linger in the future. Inside the carriage, Long Feiyi was focused on the biography. His lips silently curved upwards. In the end, he still paid attention to her every word and action. Duanmu Yao was so angry that she almost cried. She couldn't hold it in any longer and cursed, Han Yunshi, you're the one who's not human. Don't go too far. You have no right to interfere in the matters between me and my senior brother. Get out of this princess way right now. This princess? It had to be said that Duanmu Yao's tone and arrogant expression were nothing like the princess of a large country. Instead, she was more like a spoiled little princess from a small country. Whether it was the eldest princess or the little princess, she had long lost her noble status. If this Princess Consort remembers correctly, you've already been banished from the Western Zhou imperial family. You colluded with the prince of Western Zhou's enemy, which is tantamount to treason. Duanmu Yao, you don't even have the most basic principles of being a person. You don't even have the basic responsibilities of a child. Don't you feel embarrassed when you mention the word princess? Han Yunshi lectured seriously. A noble status is both an honor and a responsibility. It's not something to be flaunted, it's something to be protected with all your might. Duanmu Yao, if you're still human, you should hurry up and bury your mother. Han Yunshi didn't casually curse Duanmu Yao as not human. She would never use such vulgar words casually. Empress Shui had been kidnapped, then assassinated in the Chu clan barrack. Because Duanmu Yao didn't believe in the assassination, she used Celestial Mountain's influence to pressure the Chu clan and Ning Qing into investigating the matter. Thus, Empress Shui's body was still lying in the Chu clan barracks, unable to be buried. Long Feiyi had sent men to assassinate her. From Long Feiyi's standpoint, it didn't count for much. In the conflicts of the world, a general's success was built on the bones of 10,000 men. There was no such thing as a power struggle that didn't involve sacrifice or bloodshed. But Duanmu Yao was Empress Shui's own daughter. From her standpoint, Empress Shui's death was tragic. She should be more anxious than anyone to find out the truth and bury her mother in peace. But not only did she have the time to meddle in Song Qiuzi's affairs with the Tang clan, but she even had the time to block Long Feiyi's carriage and fight over his affections. Han Yunshi wasn't insulting her by calling her not human. Duanmu Yao's soft spot had been jabbed, and her heart felt like it had been kicked. She'd lost her status as princess and the mother who doted on her most. How could she lose her senior brother as well? She wasn't stupid and knew his ambitions. One day, Celestial Mountain would be his. Master was old and would retire into seclusion eventually. If she lost him as well, she'd be left with nothing. You don't need to meddle in Western Zhou's internal affairs. Han Yunshi, who do you think you are? So what if I lose my status as a princess? I'm still better than you. What right do you have to criticize my birth as a mere daughter of the first wife? Duanmu Yao demanded. How would Duanmu Yao feel if Han Yunshi's origins were exposed one day? Han Yunshi was too lazy to comment on Duanmu Yao's origins. Cold laughter rang out. Duanmu Yao, this Wang Fei has no interest in your affairs. I only want to tell you, a good dog doesn't block the way. Cram. Duanmu Yao was cursing her with every sentence. Han Yunshi, you're the dog. Duanmu Yao raged. Are you going to scram or not? Han Yunshi grew impatient. Senior brother, are you sure you don't want this letter? Senior brother, I'm injured. Master asked you to treat me. Duanmu Yao decided to reveal the contents of the letter. She waited for Han Yunshi to reply on Long Feiyi's behalf. As soon as Han Yunshi said no, she'd leave immediately. She'd write a letter to complain that Han Yunshi was blocking her senior brother and that Han Yunshi wanted to kill her. Han Yunshi wouldn't fall for her trap so easily. She jumped off the carriage and walked up to Duanmu Yao. Of course he wants it. Give it to me. Master said that it must be given to senior brother himself. Han Yunshi, you don't have the right to touch my master's letter. Duanmu Yao said coldly. I'm Long Feiyi's official consort. If I don't have the right, do you? Are you going to give it to me or not? Han Yunshi's voice was gloomy as she issued an ultimatum. No. Duanmu Yao blurted out. Han Yunshi's eyes flashed craftily before she ordered. Duanmu Yao secretly took Kenzo's letter. Someone come, steal it for this Wang Fei. Duanmu Yao gave a start. She was clearly plotting against Han Yunshi, so why was she being accused of such a huge crime? Before Duanmu Yao could retort, Chu Shifeng led a group of men to surround them. He was an experienced man and didn't waste words before attacking. Of course, he couldn't beat Duanmu Yao alone, but he'd brought 10 shadow guards with him to protect His Highness from the shadows. Even if they couldn't beat Duanmu Yao, they could still steal the letter from her hands. With Chu Shifeng and 11 shadow guards attacking at the same time, Duanmu Yao had to defend herself even if she didn't want to fight. Soon enough, she was embroiled in a melee. Han Yunshi sat back in her carriage. She could play with Duanmu Yao with her needles now, but she hadn't done so in the past. She had to prevent Duanmu Yao from tattling to Kenzo. Although she wouldn't try to curry favor with Kenzo on purpose, she couldn't afford to offend the man, much less give Duanmu Yao something to use against her. Kenzo was Long Fei Ye's master, after all. She hated seeing Long Fei Yi in a difficult position. Han Yunshi watched the fight with narrowed eyes, lost in thought. At this moment, someone suddenly handed her a cup of tea. The people inside didn't speak, and neither did Han Yunshi. She only smiled soundlessly as she accepted the tea and slowly sipped it. Tea personally brewed by His Highness Duke of Qin was truly delicious. With great difficulty, Duanmu Yao finally found an opportunity to divert her attention and look over. Just in time to see this scene, she suddenly forgot to resist and stopped her sword to stare blankly. Seeing this, Chu Shifeng rushed over to snatch the letter, giving Duanmu Yao a fright. She stuffed the letter into her robes and threw caution to the wind. Glaring hatefully at Han Yunshi, she said, "I'm not giving it. Han Yunshi, if you have the skills, come and take it." Chu Shifeng was floored by the sight. How am I supposed to snatch it from her? Duanmu Yao was certain that Chu Shifeng and the rest wouldn't dare to touch her. Only Han Yunshi could. She hadn't trained her swordsmanship for nothing after all. Even when facing off against 11 shadow guards at once, Han Yunshi still couldn't get close to her. Chu Shifeng looked at Han Yunshi awkwardly, unsure of what to do. Han Yunshi slowly finished her tea and grinned. "Ling go." Her smile was full of meaning, but it wasn't clear whether Mu Ling understood. Chapter 651. It wasn't clear whether Mu Ling understood the deeper meaning in Han Yunshi's eyes, but she returned Han Yunshi's mischievous grin. Then she joined Chu Shifeng and the rest and said loudly, "All of you, cover me. Mu Ling this has nothing to do with you. Get out of the way." Duanmu Yao panicked. Why didn't she realize there was another Mu Ling by her side? Han Yunshi's my boss, so her business is my business. Mu Ling was not only self-righteous, but even copied Duanmu Yao's overbearing attitude. "Duanmu Yao, this lady will give you a chance. Be a good girl and hand over that letter, or else." She didn't finish, but chuckled. Just like Han Yunshi's smile, it was full of deep meaning. Seeing this, Han Yunshi stopped worrying. She knew that Mu Ling understood. Meddling in other people's business, you're seeking death. Duanmu Yao raised her sword and made a beautiful slash before pointing it at Mu Ling. She looked fearless, but her heart was filled with anxiety. She could handle 11 Shadow Guard experts and Han Yunshi with ease, but Mu Ling was a different story. "Chu Shifeng, what are you waiting for?" As soon as Mu Ling finished speaking, Chu Shifeng and the 10 Shadow Guard rushed forward to surround Duanmu Yao. Duanmu Yao defended herself as she shouted, "You men have the nerve to gang up on a single woman like me? Be a good girl and hand over the letter. I promise no one's going to bully you." Mu Ling laughed disdainfully. She stood on one side, waiting for a chance to strike. Of course Duanmu Yao knew that Mu Ling was waiting for a chance, so she had to split her attention to guard against Mu Ling. But as soon as she did, Chu Shifeng's group closed in, forcing her to use all her strength. After a few rounds, Duanmu Yao and Chu Shifeng's group of 11 Shadow Guard experts were now evenly matched. Chu Shifeng's group couldn't gain the upper hand, but Duanmu Yao couldn't escape either. Duanmu Yao grew more and more worried that Mu Ling would make a move. She viciously blocked Chu Shifeng's attack with her sword, then spun around and drew a circle with her blade. The sharp edge of her blade forced the Shadow Guard back before she could catch her breath and speak. She shouted, "Senior Marshal Brother, I've suffered severe internal injuries. Can you help me treat them? Master, this." She wanted to tell him everything in the letter. She wanted to say that it was the same whether he read the letter or not, and that there was no need for him to take it. She wanted to give herself a way out. But before she could finish, Mu Ling suddenly flew towards her at breakneck speed. Alarmed, Duanmu Yao was about to block when Chu Shifeng and the Shadow Guard flanked her from both sides. The situation was dire. Chu Shifeng and the Shadow Guard's attacks were far more dangerous than Mu Ling's. As a martial arts practitioner, Duanmu Yao instinctively chose to block Chu Shifeng and the Shadow Guard instead of defending against Mu Ling. Unexpectedly, Mu Ling didn't use force as soon as she drew close, but grabbed her by the collar and tugged at her clothes without hesitation. SSS! The sudden voice caused everyone to stop, including Duanmu Yao herself. Beneath her little red waistcoat, a long gash had been ripped open in her white muslin dress. The letter hidden in her bosom had long fallen to the ground, revealing her pale yellow chest wrap. Everyone was stunned. Only Han Yunxi and Mu Ling were laughing. Han Yunxi's smile was languid and relaxed, while Mu Ling's was sweet and harmless. The two sisters had a tacit understanding. Duanmu Yao screamed as soon as she recovered her wit. She clutched at her chest in panic, not knowing what to do. She tried to buckle her waistcoat, but it only covered the top. The torn fabric beneath couldn't cover the rest. She looked around and realized that she was surrounded by men. They were all staring at her. "What are you all looking at? What are you looking at?" She flew into a rage out of humiliation and screamed, "You're not allowed to look. All of you, turn around for this princess. Do you hear me?" Her hands couldn't cover her shame. She didn't have the face to stay. She looked towards the carriage, only to see Han Yunxi looking at her with disdain. The curtains were tightly shut, and the people inside remained unmoved. Grievance, bitterness, unwillingness, and despair all turned into tears, flooding her eyes. "Senior brother, you're heartless, so don't blame me for being unjust. Han Yunxi, Mu Ling, I, Duanmu Yao, will repay today's grudge by twofold." She choked with sobs as she shouted, then fiercely sheathed her sword and left in a sorry state. Mu Ling didn't take Duanmu Yao's warning to heart. She only remembered Duanmu Yao's shameless words today. She picked up the letter and threw it at Han Yunxi. "Here. I'm looking for." Mu Ling almost said the wrong thing again. She stuck out her tongue and smiled. "I'm going to look for His Excellency Pill Fiend." Han Yunxi took the letter and opened it. Just as she guessed, Elder Kenzo still had 3 must-haves in the letter. She lifted the curtains and saw Long Fei Yi leisurely drinking tea. The annals of the 7 noble families had flipped to the last page, which introduced the Feng clan. She was working hard outside to help him deal with rotten peach blossoms, but he was leisurely drinking tea and reading in the carriage. But this attitude, Han Yunxi found it hard to like. She handed the letter over. "What should we do?" Duanmu Yao was easy to dismiss, but Elder Kenzo wasn't. The letter was already delivered to the door, so it wouldn't be right if he didn't take it. Moreover, Duanmu Yao had already told him that she might not dare to come again, but she would definitely continue to use Elder Kenzo to pressure Long Fei Yi. It was impossible for Long Fei Yi to feign ignorance. What should she do? She really didn't dare to offend Elder Kenzo. She had no other choice. Long Fei Yi wasn't even willing to touch the letter. He only glanced at it. "Why haven't you thrown away this useless thing? You have a solution?" Han Yunxi was overjoyed. "Throw it away." He was a little impatient. Thinking about how Duanmu Yao had hidden the letter in front of her chest, Han Yunshi felt disgusted and hurriedly threw it away. I'll write a letter to Master later and say that I'm at medicine requesting cave asking for medicine. My internal injuries haven't healed, so I can't help even if I want to, Long Feiyi said calmly. Will Elder Kenzo believe you? Han Yunshi was very doubtful. From what she knew, Elder Kenzo only had eyes for one disciple, Duanmu Yao. He didn't care about Long Feiyi at all. He will. This matter ends here. If Long Feiyi told Master Kenzo that he'd suffered internal injuries, Master might not believe him. However, Master would definitely believe him if he told him that he'd broken the Lustbite seal. Compared to Duanmu Yao's matter, which was more important, as long as his master wasn't crazy, he would still be able to tell. Although Duanmu Yao couldn't climb Celestial Mountain right now, Master had connections in the martial arts circles. It wouldn't be difficult for him to find someone who could treat her injuries. He didn't have to be the only one. With Long Feiyi's words, Han Yunshi stopped worrying. Before entering the room, Long Feiyi had instructed Chu Shifeng in a low voice to investigate the matter of the traitor. Your Highness, if there's a traitor, I'm afraid it's someone from the Tang clan, Chu Shifeng said seriously. They didn't live in Pill Fiend Pharmacy, nor did they live in the king's mansion. Instead, they lived in a side courtyard in Yaoshui. The servants here were all shadow guards, and the few maidservants were carefully selected and trusted. Chu Shifeng was certain that the problem didn't lie with them. Many members of the Tang clan knew the location of Yaoshui courtyard, so it was possible that they'd leaked the location to Duanmu Yao. No matter which side, your lordship wants answers, Long Feiyi said. This subordinate understands. Chu Shifeng obeyed and left. When Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi returned to the courtyard, they saw Mu Ling searching for someone. Han Yunshi shook her head helplessly. Mu Ling, this girl, is so stupid. If she doesn't find Gu, he'll be the one to talk to her. Why is she so impatient? Still, there's no such thing as logic when you like someone. Where's Pillfiend? Wasn't he supposed to be here? Mu Ling asked anxiously. Maybe he went out. In any case, he'll come back. Why don't you go rest first? Han Yunshi didn't dare to reveal any more information. Gu had already suspected her last time. If she didn't restrain herself now and Gu found out the truth, Mu Ling would definitely be done for. Although Mu Ling had tricked Gu, a lover's heart wasn't a crime. Let her lie. Wasn't she lying to herself as well? Sometimes the more you lie, the more it becomes true. It'll be a lifetime. Looking at Mu Ling, Han Yunshi's heart was filled with emotions. She knew that even if she spent a lifetime with Mu Ling and didn't expose Gu's identity, Mu Ling was willing and able to do it. Mu Ling wanted to ask more, but when she saw Han Yunshi's meaningful glance, she immediately understood Han Yunshi's taboo. She said indifferently, "Okay, I'll wait for Senior to come back." Long Feiyi wasn't worried about Gu dealing with Medical City's head Elder Ling. After all, he didn't want to make a move against Medical City. Right now, he was paying attention to Ning Cheng's movements. Originally, he was recuperating in Yaoshui Villa while waiting for Chu Tianyin to surrender. Tang Li's marriage was just an accident. After visiting Gu Beiwei with Han Yunshi, Long Feiyi returned alone. Gu Beiwei had brewed tea and was waiting for him. Any news from Chu Tianyin? Long Feiyi got straight to the point. Gu Beiwei took out a small slip of paper. He sent it here 3 days ago. He asked about Empress Shui. Long Feiyi glanced at it before asking cold, "What, does he suspect your lordship?" "He's just probing. Chu Tianyin already has intentions of surrendering. Within this month, he'll—" Gu Beiwei trailed off, then lowered his voice, "push the blame onto Ning Qing." "How are you so sure?" Long Feiyi was intrigued. He originally wanted to use Empress Shui's matter to pit Duanmu Yao against the Chu clan. That way, Celestial Mountain's strength would directly tie down Ning Qing. If Chu Shifeng wanted to frame Ning Qing, then that would be perfect. Gu Beiyue smiled faintly. That's because this one gave him the idea. Long Feiyi was surprised, but felt that it made sense. He secretly rejoiced that he hadn't made an enemy out of Gu Beiyue. Otherwise, the sickly man might have become his strongest foe. You've been exposed. Before Long Feiyi could finish, Gu Beiyue cut him off. Your Highness, don't worry. This one didn't tell Chu Tianyin that Your Highness knew about my identity as a member of the Shadow Clan. He will never know. Long Feiyi still believed Gu Beiyue's words. All right, as long as he brings up Empress Shui's matter, your lordship will accept his surrender, Long Feiyi said. While Long Feiyi was plotting against Ning Qing was also trying to figure out how to use Empress Shui's matter to evade Celestial Mountain's forces and scheme against Long Feiyi. In the West Jing Imperial Palace, he was sitting lazily on the railing of the tallest building, a thin needle in his mouth. It was unclear what he was thinking, but his cold gaze seemed to wander. Chapter 652. The tall building overlooked the entirety of West Liang. Ning Qing was sitting lazily on the railing, completely unconcerned with the bustling city below him and its myriad of lights. He held a golden needle in his mouth, and his gaze was somewhat wandering, as if he was lost in thought. At this time, he was not like when he was in the Bailey Chamber of Commerce, nor was he as cold and mature as when he was in the imperial court. His cold and handsome facial features revealed a hint of evil and cunning, and he was much more lazy. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, but his lips curved up into a cold smile. It was both playful and disdainful, a complex mix of emotions. What was it that he was playful about, but disdainful of? Probably only he knew. So Your Highness Duke of Ning was hiding here. You've made me look for you. Chu Qingge suddenly came upstairs. Ning Qing glanced at her before ignoring her. His cold face looked down at the imperial city. Your Highness Duke of Ning, has my elder brother come to find you? I heard Duanmu Yao's been gone for days and hasn't returned yet, Chu Qingge asked next. Duanmu Yao had been investigating Empress Shui's death in the Chu clan barracks, but had suddenly left for some unknown reason. She hadn't yet returned, so Empress Shui's case had been delayed. Chu Qingge had been keeping an eye on the situation and wanted to see Chu Tianyin multiple times to give him ideas. Unfortunately, he didn't want to see her. In his eyes, she was nothing but a traitor. She was too lazy to explain herself or argue. She knew she'd wronged the Chu clan, but they were the ones who wronged her first, weren't they? Chu Tianyin ignored her, but there was still Ning Qing. As long as Ning Qing nodded, Chu Tianyin would have to do as he was told. The two elders of the Chu clan were still locked up in prison, while Chu Tianyin was a filial son. How would he dare defy Ning Qing? When did you start caring about the Chu clan troops? Ning Qing was still looking down with a mocking smile. As soon as Chu Qingge saw him, she'd either ask him about Long Feiyi or Han Yunxi. He was already sick of her. If he hadn't been distracted by her footsteps, he would have run away long ago. Chu clan army? Chu Qingge was leaning lazily against the railing. Her dazzling golden Empress Dowager robes didn't hide her natural aloofness, because even now, her heart was still high above the masses. This consort only cares about His Highness King Ning. After all, this consort and His Highness King Ning are bound together for good or ill. As for the Chu clan army, that's my elder brother's problem. Chu Qingge lazily rose to her feet and took a step closer to Ning Qing. In a self-mocking tone, she said, "A married daughter is like spilled water." If this was the past, Ning Qing would still glance at Chu Qingge and compare her to Han Yunxi. After all, they were both women who liked Long Feiyi, so they shouldn't be too far off. If you know yourself and your enemy, you will never be defeated. Even if you don't know Long Feiyi, you should at least know what kind of women liked him. But now Ning Qing couldn't even be bothered to look at Chu Qingge. In fact, he even rejected her approach. He'd never thought about women before, so he couldn't understand how two women of similar ages could be so far apart from each other. Duke of Ning. Chu Chinga called out. Only then did Ning Qing recover his senses and realize he'd spaced out again. Damn it! Despite his irritation, his face was still as cold as ice. He pulled away from Chu Chinga and asked, "Stop wasting words. What did you find your lordship for?" Chu Chinga was waiting for those exact words. She got straight to the point and said, "If my elder brother can't deal with Duanmu Yao, why don't I do it instead?" "You?" Ning Qing was surprised. Chu Chinga nodded confidently. "I grew up with Duanmu Yao. We practiced martial arts together and studied together. I know her personality better than anyone." If Chu Chinga hadn't mentioned it, Ning Qing would have overlooked this point. Women always understood other women better than men, so it would be easier for a woman to deal with another woman than a man. "What brilliant plan do you have?" Ning Qing asked. Chu Chinga smiled and gestured for Ning Qing to come closer, but Ning Qing refused without hesitation. "There's no one else here, so just say it." Chu Chinga's lips curved into a self-mocking smile. "I must be missing that man too much. I'm actually trying to find traces of him on Ning Qing's body. As long as we frame Han Yunxi for Empress Shui's assassination, Duanmu Yao will definitely believe us. Moreover, she'll definitely investigate to the end." Chu Chinga said. As much as she hated Han Yunxi, Duanmu Yao hated Han Yunxi as much as she did. Her hatred would only grow. Most importantly, Duanmu Yao could bring the matter to Kenzo's ears. That way, even with Long Fei Ye's protection, Han Yunxi would still be in a lot of trouble. She had often heard Duanmu Yao say that Long Fei Yi treated Kenzo's elders with utmost respect and had never disobeyed him. Many times, her close friends had discussed marriage, but Duanmu Yao had always been smug and claimed that her master would uphold justice for her. In other words, the Kenzo's elders were trying to matchmake the two of them. "Duke of Ning, as long as you and my big brother cooperate well and produce some evidence, Duanmu Yao will definitely believe us." When Ning Qing didn't reply, Chu Chinga added, "I believe that Duanmu Yao will not only believe us, but add oil to the fire to make Han Yunxi's crimes a reality. Let Duanmu Yao and Han Yunxi fight it out. You and Chu Tianyin can just watch the show." "You're so sure?" Ning Qing was intrigued. He had been keeping tabs on Empress Shui's affairs as well. Although Long Fei Yi hadn't made any moves, he had long suspected that Long Fei Yi had something to do with the assassination attempt. Besides Western Zhou, the only other enemy of the Chu and Ning clans was Long Fei Yi. As for Long Tianma, he didn't care at all. Western Zhou's imperial clan wouldn't be so ruthless as to kill the empress to sow discord between the Chu clan and Celestial Mountain. Only Long Fei Yi was the prime suspect. Chu Tianyin cooperated with Duanmu Yao's investigation, while Ning Qing sent his own men to investigate in secret as well. Unfortunately, they hadn't found any evidence yet. "Duke of Ning, why don't we make a bet?" Chu Chinga smiled. She was worried that Ning Qing wouldn't agree. But Ning Qing simply nodded his head. "All right, let's do that." He immediately ordered someone to summon Chu Tianyin. Chu Chinga was secretly delighted. "Then I won't disturb you two any longer." Chu Chinga's face turned vicious as she turned around. Ning Qing had told her before that he'd help her deal with Han Yunxi as long as she betrayed the Chu clan. But Ning Qing had been vague all the time. He hadn't even told her how to deal with Han Yunxi or how to kidnap Han Yunxi. Now she understood that Ning Qing was just trying to cheer her up. Rather than wait for Ning Qing to make his move, it was better for her to come up with her own ideas. As long as Ning Qing cooperated, everything would be fine. On the surface, she was helping the Chu and Ning clans solve their problems, but in truth, she was putting Han Yunxi to death. She was certain that once Duanmu Yao found out that Han Yunxi was Empress Shui's murderer, she'd definitely make a fuss before Kenzo. Based on how much old Kenzo doted on Duanmu Yao, even Long Fei Yi wouldn't be able to protect Han Yunxi. Chu Chinga descended the stairs step by step, finally feeling better after 2 years of depression. She was waiting. It hadn't been easy for her to become Tianning's Empress Dowager, but she wasn't just going to take Han Yunxi's life. Long Fei Yi, one day, I, Chuchinga, will have the right to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Chuchinga hadn't left long before Chu Tianning arrived. He didn't agree with Chuchinga's demand for equal footing, so he dropped to one knee as soon as he arrived. Greetings to your Highness Duke of Ning. His father and uncle were both in Ning Cheng's hands, while the Chu clan troops had surrendered. Ever since Ning Cheng had rescued him, Chu Tianning had taken the stance of pledging his loyalty to him to the death. Ning Cheng was still leaning against the railing, but gave him a sidelong glance. He didn't allow him to rise. I haven't seen you around the army these past few days. Where did you go? I went around the borders of Yaoshui. Long Fei Yi only has 3,000 troops stationed there, Chu Tianning replied honestly. What about the other troops? Ning Qing finally grew serious. They're all south of Yaoshui, but 3,000 troops are enough. He won't return Yaoshui Prefecture to Western Zhou, Chu Tianning said. Ning Qing laughed coldly. Obviously. Chu Tianning hid his anger deep in his eyes as he lowered his head in silence. Has Duanmu Yao returned yet? Ning Qing asked next. No news yet. Empress Shui's death was suspicious. She had no injuries or illnesses, nor any signs of poison. It'll be difficult to convince her that an assassination attempt was behind it, Chu Tianning added. You need to get involved in this matter. Ning Cheng was ordering him, not negotiating. He didn't give Chu Tianning any leeway. It's been so many years. Have you found any traces of the Shadow Clan? Duke of Ning, do you have an idea about Empress Shui's death? Chu Tianning probed. Unfortunately, Ning Cheng ignored him. Answer your lordship's question. The Shadow Clan. Only Gu Beiwei was left of the Shadow Clan. Gu Beiwei was his only hope. How could Chu Tianning betray Gu Beiwei? He was still hoping to use Gu Beiwei to borrow Long Fei Ye's strength to bite back at Ning Cheng. From what he understood of Ning Cheng, the man would never let go of his father and uncle. The Chu clan troops would remain beneath his Ning clan troops, while the Nether clan would remain beneath the D clan. He couldn't accept this. Ever since Chu Chinga's marriage alliance with Tianning, he'd fought against Long Fei Yi and tried all sorts of ways to bewitch Emperor Tianhui to prepare Chu Chinga's path. His father and uncle even found Medical City's head elder Ling to do something as immoral as inducing labor. They'd spent so much time and effort and paid so much just so they could break away from Western Zhou's imperial clan and gain a foothold in Cloud Realm continent. They'd wanted to use Tianning as a stronghold and revive Western Qin in the name of gathering the world's heroes to seize power. But all of their efforts had ended up in Ning Cheng's hands. In other words, Ning Cheng had stepped over the corpses of his Chu clan's archers to ascend to the position of regent. He refused to accept this, much less accept it. He was very clear that the Chu clan's current strength was too weak to fight for anything else. The only thought in his heart was revenge. Even if he had to work with his former rival Long Fei Yi, he still wanted to drag Ning Cheng off his throne and stomp him beneath his feet. When his father and uncle found out that the Ning clan was the former D clan, they hadn't told Gu Beiwei or Gu Beiyue's origins to Ning Cheng. He hadn't betrayed Gu Beiwei even after being tortured by Long Fei Yi, so he'd never betray Gu Beiwei in front of Ning Cheng. He stared into Ning Cheng's eyes and said seriously, "The Shadow Clan has long died out." A flash of grief flashed past Ning Cheng's eyes, but he pretended to be relaxed with a smile. What a pity. Do you have any leads on Western Qin's Imperial Orphan? Chapter 653. The only clue the Nether clan's Chu clan had was the Phoenix birthmark. They'd suspected Han Yunxi in the past, but Su Xiaoyu's investigations had denied them. Chu Tianning had already given up on finding Western Qin's imperial clan, but he'd never tell anyone about the Phoenix birthmark, especially Ning Cheng. If his Chu clan couldn't get their hands on it, Ning Cheng should forget about it. In their past dealings, Ning Qing had repeatedly expressed his sincerity to Western Qin's imperial clan. But in Chu Tiannin's eyes, he was nothing more than a hypocrite. Just like the Chu clan, he only wanted to use the emperor to command his vassals. Now that he was Tianning's regent, wasn't that exactly what he was doing? That damned Chu Qinga and that swaddling emperor were both under Ning Qing's control. Tianning's true master had long been Ning Qing. No. If I did, the Chu clan wouldn't have fallen to its current state. Chu Tiannin feigned self-mockery. Ning Qing looked him up and down. Just then, they discussed a few things and said quite a few things. Just how much did Ning Qing believe, and how much did he suspect? Only he knew. Ning Qing examined Chu Tiannin for a while before saying, "You may withdraw. Empress Shui's matter." Chu Tiannin trailed off. He didn't understand why Ning Qing had suddenly stopped him from getting involved. Could it be that Ning Qing suspected something? "You don't need to worry about Empress Shui's matters. How can I ignore matters that concern my Chu clan troops?" Chu Tiannin grew anxious. "Don't worry, your lordship won't let the Chu clan suffer any losses," Ning Qing said before waving a hand to dismiss Chu Tiannin. Chu Tiannin's suspicions grew, but he didn't dare say more. As soon as Chu Tiannin left, Ning Nuo walked out of his room. It was still chilly in the north, but he was still waving his folding fan like a refined and cultured gentleman. In reality, he was in a wretched state, because Ning Jing had been looking for him everywhere, threatening to teach him a lesson. He had been hiding in the attic ever since he arrived in Shijing, not daring to show his face. "Big brother, guess what Duanmu Yao went to do?" Ning Nuo asked mysteriously. "Speak." Ning Qing was very impatient. Even in the face of his own hands, he was always so high and mighty, arrogant and noble. An elder brother was like a father. Moreover, he was the head of the clan. He had always treated Ning Nuo, Ning Jing, and noble consort Ning in the same way he treated his other brothers in the clan. He treated them equally without exception. Duanmu Yao ran off to help Song Chuzi deal with the Tang clan. In the end, she was heavily injured. When Ning Nuo said this, he chuckled. Ning Cheng's face was cold as he said in a deep voice, "Can you finish what you want to say?" Ning Nuo didn't dare to keep him in suspense any longer. He quickly told him about Tang Li offering a humble apology and how Aunt Ru had accidentally injured Duanmu Yao. Ning Qing was puzzled. How could Duanmu Yao be injured so easily? That's hard to say. Tang Zijin said that Aunt Ru only made a move because Duanmu Yao insulted Ning Jing, Ning Nuo explained. They want to join forces with us to bite back at Duanmu Yao. That way they can suppress Song Chuzi. You still want to provoke Duanmu Yao at a time like this? Ning Qing asked thoughtfully. He couldn't help but feel that things between the Tang clan and Celestial Mountain were strange. He wondered if Long Feiyi was involved. Does Big Brother mean to refuse them? Ning Nuo could make his own decisions, but he had to ask for his big brother's opinion. Otherwise, he'd have to take responsibility again if Ning Jing asked. After some hesitation, Ning Qing said, set the wedding date as soon as possible. Tell Ning Jing to stay at the Tang clan for at least a year. Otherwise, she can never return to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. Ning Nuo could already imagine Ning Jing's reaction when she heard the order. Yes, I'll send someone to tell her right away. While Ning Qing was plotting against Empress Shui, Long Feiyi and Gu Beiwei were doing the same. Gu Beiwei immediately told Long Feiyi about Chu Tiannin's secret missive as soon as he received it. Ning Qing didn't let Chu Tiannin get involved. Could it be that he suspects him? Gu Beiwei asked. He's too slow, Long Feiyi said. Chu Tiannin wanted to create fake evidence to frame Ning Qing as Empress Shui's assassin. It was a good plan, but he was too slow to act. Or perhaps Ning Qing has other ways to deal with Duanmu Yao? Gu Beiwei mused. Long Fei's slender fingers tapped against the table as he fell silent. Abruptly, he laughed coldly. Tell Chu Tiannin that everything will proceed as planned. We'll deal with all changes without change. Gu Beiwei didn't understand. Your Highness, if that's the case, then Chu Tianyin might be useless as a chess piece. Ning Qing had already told Chu Tianyin not to interfere. If Chu Tianyin made up evidence to frame Ning Qing, wouldn't that be the same as telling Ning Qing that he was a traitor? Let him figure it out himself. Your lordship has already said that if he succeeds, I'll let bygones be bygones and rescue the two Chu elders. If his abilities are limited, then your lordship won't accept useless people, Long Feiyi said. Gu Beiwei sighed inwardly. His Highness Duke of Qin really is a ruthless man. He's only giving Chu Tianyin one chance. Success or failure, life or death, will all depend on it. Very good. This one will send him a letter by hawk tonight. Gu Beiwei agreed. Ning Qing had already made preparations, but Long Feiyi wanted everything to proceed as planned. Between the two of them, who would make the first move and who would come out on top would most likely be decided within the next few days. The peaceful western region of Cloud Realm Continent had long since become turbulent. This time, it was no longer a contest between three powers, but a contest between Long Feiyi and Ning Qing. Long Feiyi had just stepped out of Gu Beiwei's courtyard when he saw Han Yunxi and Mu Ling walking towards him. You? Why are you here? Han Yunxi immediately grew uneasy. Aside from accompanying her to check on Gu Beiwei's injuries, Long Feiyi had never come here alone. What was he doing here? Was he trying to make things difficult for Gu Beiwei? Mu Ling was also puzzled. Your Highness Duke of Qin, could it be that you're sick and are here to see a doctor? Han Yunxi grew even more nervous at these words. She hurried forward and took Long Feiyi's hand to check his pulse. Where are you feeling unwell? Mu Ling had been here for a few days, but Gu was nowhere to be seen. Han Yunxi had specially accompanied Mu Ling out for a walk today and had just returned. Since she hadn't seen Long Feiyi, she decided to check on Gu Beiwei's injuries first. The corners of Long Feiyi's mouth twitched. It's nothing. This prince just came to see if Gu Qisha was here. I've been looking for him for a while now. Is he here? Mu Ling asked anxiously. Long Feiyi couldn't be bothered with her. He turned to Han Yunxi and said, Are you going in? I'll wait for you here. Han Yunxi looked at Long Feiyi, then at the courtyard. She had a feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Let's go in and have a cup of tea. She tugged at Long Feiyi's hand. Long Feiyi had no choice but to follow her inside. Gu Beiwei was still in the courtyard, so he had clearly heard their conversation. When he saw Long Feiyi being dragged inside by Han Yunxi, a trace of a warm and doting smile flitted across his eyes. He cherished a person. Seeing her being cherished was enough to satisfy him. Some love was between two people. It was selfish. On the other hand, some love was between one person. It was noble. Gu Beiwei belonged to the latter category. Your Highness Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei, Miss Ling. Even though he was sitting in a wheelchair, he didn't lose his manners. Long Feiyi took a seat at the side. As usual, he brewed tea without saying a word. Mu Ling didn't see Gu, so she slumped weakly on the stone table. Han Yunxi had long since gotten used to this. She earnestly inquired about and examined Gu Beiwei's injuries. Gu Beiwei was a doctor, but she was still worried and insisted on checking on him regularly. It takes 100 days for bones and tendons to heal. Even with the tendon-growing ointment, you still have to count the days. Han Yunxi sighed. You'll be able to recover by summer. The indifferent Gu Beiwei was somewhat agitated. It had been far too long since he'd stood up. Your Highness Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei, if this one can stand up again, this one must first pay respects to the two of you in thanks. It wasn't clear whether Long Feiyi was listening, but he didn't say anything. Han Yunxi smiled and said, You're too polite. Last time, you even saved the Duke of Qin's life. How can we thank you? Gu Beiwei had nothing to say. Han Yunxi found his bashful appearance rather cute. Long Feiyi finally looked over. When he saw Gu Beiyue's appearance, his heart was filled with disdain. Gu Beiyue was a big liar. He must be crazy to allow Gu Beiyue to trick Han Yunshi like this. When he saw Long Fei Yi looking over, Gu Beiyue even gave him a meaningful glance. Long Fei Yi's expression immediately turned cold and he looked away. Fortunately, Han Yunshi didn't notice this scene. At this time, she was pondering something. She and Long Fei Yi were about to go to Tianshan Mountain. She didn't know if they'd be able to see Gu Beiyue stand up in time. Actually, she wanted to bring Gu Beiyue with her to Tianshan Mountain. Perhaps Gu Beiyue could cure the old man in Kenzo's insanity. If that happened, Duanmu Yao wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. After leaving Gu Beiyue's courtyard, Mu Ling-er went to look for her Qi brother. Han Yunshi said in a low voice, "Long Fei Yi, Gu Beiyue is a trustworthy person." So? Long Fei Yi knew that Han Yunshi had something to say to him. "Perhaps he can cure your master's insanity?" Han Yunshi said seriously. "Master won't be willing," Long Fei Yi said indifferently. He had wanted to invite a famous doctor from Medical City to treat his master, but he had been rejected. Han Yunshi nodded helplessly. "All right. He didn't make things difficult for you about the treatment, did he?" Han Yunshi had been thinking about this matter. "It's over. Don't worry." Long Fei Yi hated Duanmu Yao's methods to begin with, so he didn't want to talk about it. "Amen, let's not talk about it anymore," Han Yunshi said, but she was still worried. She wasn't afraid that Duanmu Yao would complain to Kenzo. In fact, she wanted to have a fight with Duanmu Yao. She didn't believe that Kenzo wouldn't be able to tell right from wrong. Unexpectedly, 3 days later, Han Yunshi really did have to fight with Duanmu Yao again. Kenzo wrote another letter to Long Fei Yi. He didn't order Long Fei Yi to do anything, but instead angrily rebuked Long Fei Yi for condoning Han Yunshi's murder of Duanmu Yao's mother, Empress Shui. He warned Long Fei Yi that if Duanmu Yao sought revenge on Han Yunshi, Long Fei Yi wasn't allowed to interfere. Let the two women resolve it themselves. If Long Fei Yi interfered, he would no longer recognize Long Fei Yi as his disciple. After reading the letter, Han Yunshi was dumbfounded. She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "Your Highness, the one who killed Empress Shui was clearly you." A complicated look flitted across Long Fei Yi's eyes. "So this is what Ning Qing is doing. Despicable." Chapter 654. Long Fei Yi was clearly the one who sent assassins to assassinate Empress Shui, but now Han Yunshi had become the scapegoat. Ever since she became Qin Wangfei, Han Yunshi had been wronged many times. She had long since gotten used to it, but this time she looked at Long Fei Yi with a silly smile. She didn't know what to do. No matter how Ning Qing tried to frame her, she wasn't afraid. Empress Shui's corpse was still there, so the truth was still there. She wasn't a coroner, but she had plenty of ways to find out the true cause of Empress Shui's death. As long as she revealed the truth, she would be cleared of all charges. But now, she couldn't really reveal the truth, because the true culprit was her husband, Long Fei Yi. Han Yunshi leaned over the tea table, pretending to be serious as she stared at Long Fei Yi. She didn't say anything, but it was clear that she was warning Long Fei Yi. "Long Fei Yi, do as you see fit." Long Fei Yi walked over and tousled Han Yunshi's bangs. Scared. Goading her. Han Yunshi glared at him but didn't answer. Long Fei Yi laughed heartily. "This prince will admit to it." Han Yunshi immediately slapped his hand away. "What's there to admit without evidence? I won't admit it, and you're even less allowed to admit it. I won't admit it even if you beat me to death." Wasn't that exactly what Long Fei wanted her to say? Coldly, he ordered, "Someone, bring me brush and ink." Long Fei Yi was about to reply to Elder Kenzo's letter. Han Yunshi immediately scooted over to take a look. She discovered that the usually taciturn Long Fei Yi had written several lines this time. The gist of it was that Duanmu Yao couldn't make unfounded accusations without evidence. If Duanmu Yao could prove that Empress Shui was killed by Han Yunshi, then he wouldn't interfere in their grudge. However, if Duanmu Yao was unable to provide any evidence, he would definitely pursue the matter against Duanmu Yao for framing him. He would also plead with Elder Kenzo not to interfere. After Long Fei Yi finished writing, Han Yunxi asked, "That's it? Okay." Long Fei Yi sealed the box and even stamped his seal on it to make sure that no one would steal it. Therefore, once your master agrees to your request, he will definitely agree to your request. Even if the real culprit is found to be you, your master can't intervene in this matter? Han Yunxi asked jokingly. This was indeed a loophole. However, how could Long Fei Yi be so stupid as to expose himself? After all, he did not want to anger his master Kenzo. Moreover, he did not want to offend the royal family of Western Zhou. Northernly hadn't made any moves in the past 6 months, but he had always been on guard against them. After all, Western Zhou was a force that couldn't be ignored when dealing with Northernly. After having the letter sent away, Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi did not act rashly. They were both people who could keep their cool. After all, Duanmu Yao had only reported to Elder Kenzo. The matter hadn't really blown up yet. It would be foolish of them to take the initiative to stir up trouble. Duanmu Yao was waiting for Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi's reactions. She lived at the border between Yaoshuai Commandery and Fenglin Commandery. She had already brought Empress Shui's corpse out of the Chu clan's barrack. She also had evidence that Han Yunxi had killed her mother. She was just waiting for news from her master so that she could deal the fatal blow to Han Yunxi. That woman not only stole her childhood sweetheart, her senior martial brother, but also killed the mother who loved her the most. If this could be tolerated, what could be tolerated? This time, no matter what price she had to pay, she would destroy Han Yunxi's reputation and make her pay with blood. Princess, a letter from Celestial Mountain. One of her servant girls brought over the letter. It wasn't from Elder Kenzo, but someone she'd arranged to stay by Kenzo's side. After reading the letter, Duanmu Yao knitted her brows. Has he lost his mind again? Her master had already received the Duke of Qin's reply, but he'd lost his mind and refused to read it himself. Neither did he allow anyone else to open it, so no one knew what her senior martial brother had written. Princess, the Duke of Qin wouldn't dare to defy Elder Kenzo. As this servant sees it, we should stick to the plan and finish the battle quickly so we can avenge esteemed Empress and rest in peace, the servant girl coaxed in a low voice. Cold, Duanmu Yao said, this princess is just giving master a heads up. Chuchinga's evidence is so ample that even if the Duke of Qin wants to protect that slut, he won't be able to stop everyone's mouths. I refuse to believe that senior martial brother would offend the entire world for her sake. The more Duanmu Yao thought, the angrier she grew. She issued orders on the spot to reveal Han Yunxi's murder of Empress Shui to the public. 3 days later, she'd challenge Han Yunxi to a blood debt. At the same time, she asked the Duke of Qin why he'd allowed Han Yunxi to commit such heinous crimes while cooperating with Western Zhou. Once the news spread, the peaceful western regions grew lively again. Various factions began to pay attention to the matter. Chuchinga's temper flared as soon as she heard the news. Ignoring the presence of her servants, she cursed. That brainless slut. With a brain like hers, she still hopes for the Duke of Qin's favor? She's dreaming for the wildest. Chuchinga was the one who'd provided Duanmu Yao with the evidence against Han Yunxi. She only wanted Duanmu Yao to cause trouble for Han Yunxi, but she ended up dragging His Highness Duke of Qin down with her. Is Long Fei Yi someone she can question? Why should he give her an explanation? Despite her current predicament, all of Chuchinga's hatred was still directed at Han Yunxi. She didn't hate Long Fei Yi at all, much less hurt him. Abruptly, the sound of a baby crying filled the room. Only then did Chuchinga calm down. All of the servants around her were baffled. They couldn't understand the Empress Dowager's agitation, but none of them dared to ask. Head Elder Ling and Lady Lianxin had gone into the mountains to pick medicinal plants, leaving Chuchinga to take care of the baby herself. Although she was filled with resentment, she still grew anxious at the sound of the baby's cries. She was about to enter the room when Ning Qing showed up. As the Prince Regent, he could enter and leave Tianning's imperial harem as he pleased. No one dared to stop him. Today, he was dressed in dazzling gold robes, giving him a natural air of nobility. As soon as he stepped through the doors, his proud figure filled the room with oppressive pressure. "Greetings to Your Highness Duke of Ning. May Your Highness Duke of Ning prosper." Everyone in the room fell to their knees. A few of the servant girls couldn't help but sneak a peek at him before quickly lowering their heads in fear. They couldn't help but love him. This man wasn't someone ordinary women could imagine, but all of the women in this room were filled with illusions. Chu Qingge turned her head and almost mistook Ning Qing for Long Fei Yi. Even though she knew the man before her wasn't the one in her heart, she still stared at him blankly. Ning Qing didn't know what Chu Qingge's gaze meant. He didn't like it, but he was too lazy to pay her any attention. He strode over. No matter how powerful the Prince Regent was, he still had to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Unfortunately, the palace had no such customs after he came to West Jing. "Aya, what kind of wind is blowing today to bring Your Highness Duke of Ning here?" Chu Qingge smiled. Ning Qing murmured, "When you've used up that acupuncture needle, remember to return it to your lordship." So speaking, he turned to leave. That's it. Chu Qingge couldn't believe that Ning Qing would come all the way here just to remind her of such a trivial matter. Among the evidence she'd given Duanmu Yao was a needle that Han Yunxi had used before. Ning Qing was the one who'd provided it. She assumed that Ning Qing had found the needle just to frame Han Yunxi, but now that didn't seem to be the case. "Remember, if you lose it, your lordship will take responsibility," Ning Qing warned as he walked away without looking back. "That needle is still useful? What else do you want to do?" Chu Qingge chased after him. She didn't want to miss a single thing that had to do with Han Yunxi. "Just do your job well. Why do you care so much?" Ning Qing reprimanded cold. "Don't worry, I definitely won't disappoint you." Chu Qingge was confident in both herself and Duanmu Yao. But in Ning Qing's eyes, these two women were the same kind of fools. They wanted to scheme against Han Yunxi, but had no idea that their actions would affect Long Fei Yi far more than Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi was Long Fei Ye's official consort. How could Long Fei Yi not know of her actions? Thus, anyone with half a brain wouldn't believe that Han Yunxi was the one who killed Empress Shui. They'd only suspect that the Long Fei Yi was the culprit, or that the Long Fei Yi had ordered Han Yunxi to do it. "Woman, why are you meddling in political affairs? Long Fei Yi, take this." Ning Qing gave a cold snort before walking away with his hands clasped behind his back. Slowly, his figure disappeared into the depths of the palace. Reality proved that Ning Qing was right. Besides Duanmu Yao challenging Han Yunxi, all the other powers began to suspect Long Fei Yi. Western Zhou's Emperor Kongqing couldn't sit still and personally wrote a long letter demanding an explanation from Long Fei Yi. Otherwise, Western Zhou and the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate would never form an alliance. Even in Tianan country, Long Tianma and Mu Qingwu began to suspect Long Fei Yi. Qin Wangfei would never kill Empress Shui for no reason. If such a thing really happened, it must have been the Duke of Qin's orders. Mu Qingwu had long felt moved by the injustice of Han Yunxi's actions. "As I see it, there's something fishy about all this. If the Duke of Qin really did make a move, he wouldn't have sent Qin Wangfei to do it," Long Tianma muttered to himself. General Mu didn't seem interested in the matter. He asked, "Qingwu, has there been any news from Northern Li's horse farms lately?" "We've received news that South City's horse farms are wantonly buying followers from the herdsmen. There's been no news from the other two farms," Mu Qingwu replied honestly. General Mu said unhappily, "Do we need you to tell us something that everyone already knows? Keeping followers is just a pretense. Did you take it for real? It would take at least 3 years for followers to grow into battle horses. Last year, South City's horse farms had only lost mature war horses that could be used for 3 to 15 years. It wouldn't be as easy as keeping followers to fill the gap. How could Northernly survive in Cloud Realm continent without war horses after 3 to 5 years? Mu Qingwu hung his head, afraid to utter a word. Unless Northernly can get their horses, they won't get involved in the chaos in the West. If Northernly doesn't meddle in the affairs of the West, it'll be the Duke of Qin and Ningcheng's world. There'll be plenty of good shows between those two, just wait and see. General Mu said, before adding, I'm afraid Duanmu Yao was used by Ningcheng as a spear for Empress Shui's affairs. Hearing this, Long Tianma and Mu Qingwu couldn't help but admire him. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Long Tianma knew he was no match for Ningcheng, so all he could do was hide in a corner and preserve his strength. Although Northernly wouldn't get involved in the chaos in the West, the Northern Dynasty's emperors had ordered Jun Yixie to keep an eye on the situation there. Jun Yixie might have been banished from the imperial clan, but he was still the right and left arm of the Northern Dynasty's emperors. He had been itching to join hands with Duanmu Yao for the chaos in the West, but his master's warning prevented him from taking action. Currently, he was playing chess with his master, Bai Yanqing. He couldn't help but ask, Master, do you think Duanmu Yao can win this time? Chapter 655. Could Duanmu Yao win? Bai Yanqing didn't seem to hear Jun Yixie's question. He held the chess piece in one hand and stroked his beard with the other as he seriously pondered the game. Jun Yixie was such an arrogant and insufferably arrogant person, but in front of his master, he was always obedient like a big boy. Seeing that his master didn't answer, he didn't dare to ask a second question, no matter how curious he was. He could only wait quietly for his master to make his next move. Little junior sister Bai Yuqiao looked at Jun Yixie from the sidelines and felt pity for him for some reason. In her eyes, Jun Yixie was absolutely obedient and trusting of her master, but her master kept all sorts of secrets from her senior brother. Bai Yuqiao didn't understand why her master kept so many things from her senior brother. She secretly felt that it was unfair to him, but she never dared to say anything. She knew better than her senior brother how terrifying it was to betray her master. After a while, Bai Yanqing didn't make his move, but said mildly, whether she wins or loses depends on what she's competing on and how she's competing. Jun Yixie rejoiced and quickly said, just this once, the matter of Empress Shui. Winning or losing doesn't depend on such trivial matters, but on the end. Just wait. Duanmu Yao will win, Bai Yanqing said lightly. The end? Could it be that master already has plans? Jun Yixie asked in a low voice. As he saw it, his master had told him to get involved in Han Yunxi and Long Fei Ye's affairs not because he was afraid he'd cause trouble, but because he had other plans. Bai Yanqing didn't reveal anything but asked, just wait. How long will it take to fill the gap in South City's horse farms? Jun Yixie grew gloomy. Master was always like this, changing the topic in the middle of a sentence. It made his heart itch. When Jun Yixie didn't reply, Bai Qinyan gave him an unhappy glare before he obediently replied, it'll take at least a year or so to make up for the shortfall. I've already contacted Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's horse merchant. If we can strike a deal with them, the shortfall won't be so severe, Jun Yixie replied honestly. Has the planting of herbs in the Snow Mountain been started? Bai Yanqing asked again. There are still some details to be discussed. Haha, Ningjing, this woman is really hard to deal with. Recently, she's been preparing for her wedding, so the Snow Mountain matter has been delayed. Jun Yixie was also very busy during this period. Bai Yanqing only nodded and didn't comment on anything. He continued to play chess. Over the past few days, the matter with Empress Shui had only grown bigger and bigger, but Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi had remained unmoved. They had neither expressed their stance nor made any public statements. As a result, everyone was even more curious about the truth of the matter. There were still 2 days before Duanmu Yao's challenge, but Han Yunshi was currently sitting in the courtyard, smiling foolishly at a table of letters. All of them were addressed to her. There were letters from the Tian and General Mu's estate, the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate, Pill Fiend Pharmacy, Medical City, Medicine City, and even the black market. All of the letters expressed their concern and reminded her to be careful of Duanmu Yao and avoid fighting her head-on. The letter from Medical City was written by Third Elder Shun, who said that if Han Yunshi was willing, he could recommend the best coroner in Cloud Realm Continent and come personally to assist with the autopsy. The letter from Medicine City was written by the King of Medicine himself. That old man who didn't care about worldly affairs actually knew about the matter as well. In the letter, he said that if Han Yunshi was willing, she could bring Empress Shue's body to the medicine hut so he could personally assist with the autopsy. The letter even included a greeting from the old man from Medicine Requesting Cave. Han Yunshi had always known that she didn't have good relations with people. She would offend people for no apparent reason and incur their hatred and enmity. Reading through the pile of letters, she suddenly realized that she had quite a few friends. She smiled at Long Fei Yi and said, "My relations with people seem pretty good. Does this count as having friends all over the world?" "This is called networking," Long Fei Yi remarked. Even he had to admit that Han Yunshi's connections in Cloud Realm Continent over the years weren't to be underestimated. Esteemed Wang Fei has always had good relations with people. Before Gu Beiwei could finish, a black figure suddenly flew down from the sky. It was none other than Gu. He was dressed in black robes that covered his entire body except for his frivolous eyes. More accurately, he should be called Gu Qisha. Gu Qisha rushed towards Han Yunshi as soon as he touched the ground, but Long Fei Yi kicked him before he could even get close. Fortunately, he retreated in time. He was too anxious to argue with Long Fei to ask, "Poison Lass, is Duanmu Yao serious about coming to challenge us?" Han Yunshi didn't speak, but slowly turned to look into the room. Gu Beiwei was smiling while Long Fei Yi drank his tea. As long as Gu Qisha stayed away from Han Yunshi, he wouldn't bother with his business. "Poison Lass." Gu Qisha wanted to ask more questions, but Mu Ling suddenly rushed out of the room and cried, "Your Excellency Pill Fiend." Besides Mu Ling everyone else knew that Gu Qisha had been avoiding Mu Ling on purpose for the past few days. Everyone remained silent, waiting for Gu Qisha to run away. Unexpectedly, Gu Qisha ignored Mu Ling and didn't rush to leave. Instead, he asked Han Yunshi with concern, "Poison Lass, is that true?" Mu Ling who was rushing over, stopped in her tracks when she saw this. Her joyous expression froze on her face as she stared blankly at Gu Qisha's anxious expression. She should be happy that he finally appeared, happy that he didn't run away as soon as he saw her. But why does my heart hurt so much?" "It's true," Han Yunshi replied, then stood up and pulled Mu Ling over. She questioned Gu Qisha, "This lass has been waiting for you for days. You're really putting on airs, aren't you?" Gu Qisha ignored them and turned to Long Fei Yi. "Duke of Qin, are you really going to let Poison Lass fight that slut Duanmu Yao one-on-one?" Long Fei Yi couldn't be bothered to answer. Gu Qisha didn't need to worry about this matter. "We'll talk about it when she gets here. She's not even here yet, so who knows what kind of evidence she'll bring. If I don't admit it, what can she do to me?" After Han Yunshi explained, she changed the topic and said seriously, "Ling wants to talk to you about the Mu family. Madame Lien Xian's matter has dragged on for so long, shouldn't you give her an answer? The two of you should have a good talk. Also, I've given Ling the medicine tome the King of Medicine gave her. If there's anything she doesn't understand, please teach her. The two of you will be the pillars of Pill Fiend Pharmacy in the future." Only then did Gu Qisha look at Mu Ling. Mu Ling's heart was stifled, but she didn't show it on her face. She immediately put on a worshipful expression and smiled obsequiously at Gu Qisha. "Esteemed Senior Pill Fiend, I offended you last time at Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Please forgive me on account of esteemed Wang Fei and His Highness. Gu Qisha had long forgotten that this girl had challenged him on Pill Fiend Pharmacy's grand opening day. He didn't say anything and simply nodded before sitting down next to Gu Beiwei. Mu Ling immediately leaned over and respectfully poured him a cup of tea. Esteemed senior, please be careful. It's hot. Gu Qisha raised a brow at her and said in a strange tone, You're making me sound old. How about I call you master? Mu Ling hurriedly asked. She clearly wanted to take him as her master. Gu Qisha picked up a cup of tea and drank it under his black robes, pretending not to hear her. However, Mu Ling was even more ruthless. She immediately knelt down and kowtowed to him. If master doesn't object, please accept this bow from your disciple. Gu Qisha spat out the tea in his mouth. I didn't agree. Get up. Mu Ling blinked her large eyes innocently. But I've already kowtowed. What should I do? Would he still have any freedom if he accepted a disciple like this? Who knows when she'll discover the truth? Gu Qisha was truly frightened. He earnestly said, I'll kowtow back to you, all right? Mu Ling's eyes were wet, but she still laughed out loud. Senior really knows how to joke. If Senior isn't willing, then forget it. It wasn't clear how many people present noticed the tears in Mu Ling's eyes, but Han Yunxi did. Looking at this stubborn girl, Han Yunxi's heart ached. Perhaps it was because she saw a shadow of herself in the past, or perhaps it was because blood was thicker than water, or perhaps it was because they hit it off. However, Han Yunxi knew that there was only so much she could do to help Gu Qisha. If she continued to help Gu Qisha, it would only backfire. When it came to matters of love, both parties had to be willing. Although she was touched by Mu Ling's willingness, she couldn't possibly force or scheme against Gu Qisha. Long Fei Yi brought over a cup of tea, interrupting Han Yunxi's train of thought. She looked at him, but he was busy brewing tea and didn't notice her. From this angle, the curve of his face was so cold that it was penetrating, exuding a cold arrogance that kept everyone at arm's length. It had been more than 3 years, but he was still the same person from 3 years ago. Not much had changed. Han Yunxi sighed in her heart. Long Fei Yi, fortunately you also like me. Since Mu Ling had already said so, how could Gu Qisha not agree? He smiled strangely. Forget it, forget it. Then, can Senior give me some pointers on the King of Medicine's ancient medical book? Who said that Mu Ling had given up? She still had to work hard. Han Yunxi felt heartache, but she also wanted to laugh. Gu Qisha's expression had already darkened, but fortunately, his face was hidden by his mask. All right. If you don't understand, just ask. Why are you being so polite? Even if Gu Qisha agreed, Mu Ling might not be able to find him for guidance in the future. Thank you, Senior. Mu Ling was still very happy. She actually took out the medical book on the spot and even included a thick notebook. Senior, I've already finished reading this book and memorized everything that I didn't understand. There are already more than 100 parts in this first book that I don't understand. Let's just ask these questions for today, Mu Ling said seriously. Before Gu Qisha could speak, Gu Beiwei said indifferently, This one is tired. You guys go ahead. This one will take his leave first. As soon as Gu Beiwei left, Long Fei Yi stood up, followed by Han Yunxi. She smiled and said, We still have matters to attend to. You guys can take your time discussing them. Gu Qisha originally wanted to say something, but this time, he fell silent. Just like that, Mu Ling continued to pester Gu Qisha for the next 2 days, humbly asking for guidance and taking note. After 2 days of interaction, Gu Qisha actually dispelled his previous suspicions. This was because other than asking about the medical book, Mu Ling didn't bother him at all. Perhaps he was overthinking things. Mu Ling was only interested in learning and hadn't discovered his secret. There was no harm in teaching this little girl. In any case, all of Pill Fiend Pharmacy's matters would be taken care of by her in the future. He wasn't going to guard Pill Fiend Pharmacy to the death. Early in the morning 2 days later, Duanmu Yao really did come to challenge him. Chapter 656. Early in the morning, Duanmu Yao was standing by the gates of Long Fei Ye's Yaoshui estate, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Long Fei Ye's estate was located in the heart of the county town's downtown district, hidden in a deep alleyway. It was very quiet and secluded amidst the hustle and bustle. Its outer walls were very low-key and didn't attract much attention. It was all thanks to Duanmu Yao that so many people had gathered here today. Not only had she revealed the location of the estate, but she'd also brought a bunch of people with her to mix in with the crowd. These people were here to act as messengers. If Han Yunxi said a single wrong word today, they'd spread it all over Cloud Realm continent with embellishment. Moreover, Duanmu Yao even assigned a few people to deliver the news to Celestial Mountain. Not only did she want Master Kenzo to hate Han Yunxi, but everyone on Celestial Mountain to hate Han Yunxi as well. She wanted to make it so that Han Yunxi couldn't climb Celestial Mountain. Before she knew that Han Yunxi was her mother's murderer, Duanmu Yao was already thinking of ways to smear Han Yunxi's name. Now she'd stop at nothing. Currently, Han Yunxi's group was standing on the highest floor of the estate. They couldn't see Duanmu Yao from here, but they could see the figures of many onlookers. Long Fei and Han Yunxi stood in the middle, one dressed in black robes with a cold, heroic air between his brows. The other was dressed in a pink-purple silk dress, her style magnificent beyond compare. Gu Beiyue stood to Long Fei's left. Although he was in a wheelchair, he still gave off a heroic and elegant air. Gu Qisha stood to Han Yunxi's right, his black robes draped over his body like a mysterious mystery. Mu Ling stood next to Gu Qisha in her gorgeous red robes. Chu Shifeng stood 3 steps behind Long Fei, his hand resting on his sword in a respectful manner. The group of people standing on the balcony made for a beautiful sight that was even more beautiful than a garden full of spring flowers. Unfortunately, none of them looked happy, especially Long Fei. He, who always liked peace and quiet, hated the kind of disturbance at the door the most. Han Yunxi observed the surrounding roofs and attic. She saw that there was no one in sight, but she knew that there must be a lot of people who came to watch the show. After all, this matter had been blown out of proportion. After all, the disparity between her and Duanmu Yao's martial prowess was too great. Many people had come to laugh at her. Gu Qisha stood on the railing, his eyes dark as he said, "Poison lass, I'm going to teach her a lesson first. I'll break the tendons in her arms and legs before you go out and fight her one-on-one." Was Gu Qisha here to make a fool of himself? Unfortunately, other than Mu Linger, no one else laughed. There was still half an incense stick's worth of time before Duanmu Yao's challenge time arrived. Gu Qisha turned back to look at her. "Poison lass, if you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes." "Do you want me to plead guilty?" Han Yunxi rolled her eyes at him. "You were the ones who killed him. So what if you admit it? Do you think His Highness Duke of Qin is afraid of Western Zhou's imperial family?" Gu Qisha retorted. Was Gu Qisha here to ask for a beating? Long Fei had unknowingly turned to stare at them coldly. He didn't make a move, nor did he speak. Instead, he stared coldly at Mu Linger, who was standing next to Gu Qisha. Gu Qisha immediately shut his mouth. He was wary of the threat in Long Fei's eyes, but he didn't know that if Long Fei and Han Yunxi admitted to the crime, it wouldn't be as simple as offending Western Zhou's imperial family. Gu Qisha didn't know much about Duanmu Yao's backer on Celestial Mountain. Neither Long Fei nor Han Yunxi had brought up the matter, so neither Gu Beiyue nor Gu Qisha knew how they were going to deal with it. Soon enough, it was time to leave. Long Fei naturally accompanied Han Yunxi out of the room, followed by Gu Qisha and Mu Ling. Gu Beiyue didn't follow them, but said, "Esteemed Wang Fei, it's inconvenient for this one to move around, so I won't be going out. Please be careful." "Don't worry, it's just a small matter," Han Yunxi smiled. Before they left, Long Feiyi instructed, Chu Shifeng, escort Dr. Gu back to his rooms to rest. Gu Qisha couldn't help but feel doubtful. This doesn't seem like Gu Beiyue's style at all. Since when did Long Feiyi become so humane? Did something happen between Long Feiyi and Gu Beiyue while he was gone? Since he was in a hurry to leave, Gu Qisha didn't think too much about it. How could Long Feiyi be humane? He'd probably only be a lover for the rest of his life. He'd told Chu Shifeng to escort Gu Beiyue because the man was supposed to help Gu Beiyue get in touch with Chu Tianyin. Although he didn't help Han Yunxi on the surface, he'd put in a lot of thought behind the scenes. As soon as it was time for the challenge, a commotion broke out at the gate. But this time, Han Yunxi didn't give anyone a chance to criticize her. She opened the gates on time. The rowdy crowd seemed to have been splashed with cold water as they fell silent. As soon as Duanmu Yao saw Han Yunxi, she angrily unsheathed her sword and pointed it at her. Han Yunxi, what grudge did my imperial mother have against you that you'd kill her? If I don't kill you today, how am I supposed to let my imperial mother rest in peace? As she spoke, she ignored Long Feiyi, who'd come out behind Han Yunxi, and charged viciously at Han Yunxi with her sword. Slut, hand over your life. Despite the approaching danger, Han Yunxi's expression remained calm and unmoving. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and stood tall and poised, full of aura. Everyone forgot about Duanmu Yao's sword and only felt that this woman had the bearing of a queen. It was difficult to conceal her elegance and dignity. Seeing that Han Yunxi wasn't dodging, Duanmu Yao's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. She lightly tapped the ground with her foot and used the momentum to move with her sword, which was as fast as an arrow. In a flash, both she and her sword turned into shadows, their speed too fast for anyone to react to. Everyone knew that Duanmu Yao had received Kenzo's teachings and that her sword skills were exquisite, but they didn't expect her to be so strong. In the blink of an eye, the sharp edge of her sword had already reached Han Yunxi's heart. It's over. In that instant, everyone's minds went blank. They were all very surprised. Everyone thought that Long Feiyi would intervene, but given the current situation, even Long Feiyi wouldn't be able to stop her in time. Who would have thought that a miracle would happen? Long Feiyi hadn't intervened and Duanmu Yao had retreated. Duanmu Yao could have killed Han Yunxi, but she'd retreated on her own accord. In the blink of an eye, she was already 10 steps away from Han Yunxi. She lost her balance and fell to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of black blood. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Gu Qisha and Mu Ling were dumbfounded. Long Feiyi hadn't intervened, so what had Han Yunxi done? When did she become so powerful? Everyone took a closer look and saw that Han Yunxi was holding a golden needle in her mouth. It didn't look like the medical needles she usually used, but more like a concealed weapon dipped in poison, emitting a faint glow. Those in the know immediately understood what was going on. Han Yunxi was truly cunning but also truly brave. She'd allowed Duanmu Yao to close in, but had used a poisonous needle to threaten her. Duanmu Yao only had 2 choices in the face of such a situation. One was to injure both of them and die, and the other was to retreat. If Duanmu Yao hadn't retreated, the needle in Han Yunxi's mouth would have taken her life at such a close distance. And if Duanmu Yao had retreated, she wouldn't have been able to unleash her sword energy. Instead, she would have been hit by her own energy instead. Duanmu Yao didn't have the courage to make an exception and retreat in her panic. She'd already spat out black blood, so her internal injuries weren't light at all. In reality, Duanmu Yao had already suffered internal injuries. Now, she'd suffered even more internal injuries. If the duel had started, Han Yunxi would have defeated Duanmu Yao in one move. With Duanmu Yao's current strength, she wouldn't have been able to deal with Han Yunxi's pear blossom teardrop rain. Everyone was dumbfounded when they realized what had happened. No one had expected the duel between these 2 women to end up like this. Hadn't it not even started yet? How could it have ended so quickly? Could Han Yunxi not be so scary? Han Yunshi held the poisonous needle in her mouth, as she looked down at Duanmu Yao from above. Even men couldn't compare to her carefree and uninhibited aura. Her appearance was the symbol of first class, but her temperament and her elegance were even more unmatched. Guqi Sha and Mu Ling were also dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Han Yunshi to be so strong. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Han Yunshi is shameless! She used poison! How despicable!" Han Yunshi narrowed her eyes and looked towards the source of the voice. She coldly said, "Who said that? If you have the guts, come out now." Her fierce shout silenced the already quiet crowd. But then, there was someone who wasn't afraid of death and actually stood out. It was a girl around 14 or 15 years old. Her background couldn't be discerned from her attire, but she was actually Duanmu Yao's maid. I said it. The little girl's expression was haughty, a little like Duanmu Yao's usual haughtiness. "This is between Duanmu Yao and me. What does it have to do with you? Who do you think you are?" Han Yunshi coldly asked. Her words rendered the sharp-tongued little girl speechless. After a while, she finally replied, I'm speaking up for Miss Duanmu. Can't I? Are you feeling guilty? How is it unfair?" Han Yunshi asked patiently. She hadn't expected Duanmu Yao to use violence today, only words. If Duanmu Yao wanted to slander her, she definitely wouldn't give her a chance. She definitely wouldn't leave any evidence behind. "You used poison. You just poisoned Miss Duanmu," the little girl said righteously. What kind of logic was this? Han Yunshi laughed. "Who said I can't use poison? Who?" Before she could finish speaking, the little girl hastily interjected, "Poison is a heretical art. It's used to harm people and is despised by righteous people like us. It's also forbidden by Medical City. You used this kind of evil thing to deal with Miss Duanmu. You're simply despicable and shameless." Han Yunshi angrily asked, "You clearly know that this princess only knows how to use poison and not martial arts. As the proud disciple of Tianshan Kenzo, you called out my name and chased me all the way to my front door to challenge me to a duel, yet you still don't allow me to use poison. Isn't this even more despicable and shameless?" She was so angry that she wanted to laugh. She looked at Duanmu Yao, who was sitting on the ground, and coldly snorted. "Duanmu Yao, if you can't afford to lose, then don't come." Duanmu Yao's internal organs were in pain from her own sword aura, and her conception and governing vessels were blocked. She had just managed to catch her breath when she heard Han Yunshi's words. She was so angry that her true qi almost flowed backwards and caused her cultivation to go berserk. She supported herself with her sword and stood up. "How did I lose? So it's fine for me to use poison and hidden weapons?" Han Yunshi asked again. This Duanmu Yao knew better than anyone the extent of her internal injuries. In her current condition, she was no match for the Tang sect's hidden weapons. She still hadn't fully recovered from her shock, so how did she end up like this? "Duanmu Yao, are you admitting defeat? Or are you going to continue?" Han Yunshi asked coldly. Although she didn't intend to accept the duel or admit her guilt, Duanmu Yao had attacked her as soon as she came up. She had to determine a winner. So what if you're the disciple of Tianshan Kenzo? Chapter 657. So what if she was Tianshan Kenzo's disciple and a martial arts prodigy with exceptional talent? Wasn't he still defeated by a trash like Han Yunshi in one move? To be exact, it wasn't just one move. Han Yunshi hadn't even made a move. All she did was spit out half of the poison needle she'd hidden in her mouth. Duanmu Yao had scared herself and immediately retreated to harm herself. Who knew how Duanmu Yao's people would twist the truth and spread the rumors? In any case, Long Fei Yi had already ordered people to spread the truth of the matter, even to Celestial Mountain. After all, Tianshan Kenzo was the head of the Wulin Alliance. Kenzo's disciples had always been proud of Celestial Mountain and thought highly of themselves. If they knew that Duanmu Yao had been defeated by someone who didn't know any martial arts, They would probably curse her for being a disgrace to Tianshan Kenzo. Duanmu Yao, I'll take your silence as an admission of defeat. Han Yunshi asked again. Duanmu Yao was extremely sullen. Everything had been well planned. Her senior brother wouldn't make a move out of fear of her master. She would beat up Han Yunshi first, then take out the evidence of her murder and demand an eye for an eye. Who knew things would turn out like this? Was she dreaming or not? Damn it. Han Yunshi, I'm not here to compete with you. Duanmu Yao changed the subject and said coldly, I'm not here to discuss victory or defeat with you today. I'm here to take your life and avenge my imperial mother. With a wave of her sword, 10 sword maidens stepped out from the crowd. Long Fei recognized the 10 swordswomen at a glance. These were Duanmu Yao's personal swordsmen who'd been raised on Celestial Mountain for years. Their skills in the sword weren't low, and their combined strength was enough to match Duanmu Yao's own skills. Duanmu Yao was determined to kill Han Yunshi. Long Fei's icy eyes slowly narrowed into slits, revealing a frightening killing intent. Han Yunshi seemed to sense Long Fei's anger. She retreated to his side and quietly took hold of his clenched fists from behind, comforting him in silence. Long Fei actually calmed down quite a bit. In fact, Long Fei Yi could rest assured that Han Yunshi was no longer the Han Yunshi of the past. In the past, Han Yunshi had always been afraid that the Tianning Imperial clan would make things difficult for her. She was even more afraid that a single misstep would ruin Qin Wangfei's reputation and offend His Highness Duke of Qin. And now, her greatest fear had become her greatest backer. What was there for her to be afraid of? Duanmu Yao, one-on-one duels aren't just for show. Are you going back on your word? Han Yunshi asked with a smile. She did not give Duanmu Yao an explanation. It's fine if you want to go back on your word. So what if it's a group fight? It's not like I don't have people on my side. At her words, everyone turned to look at His Highness Duke of Qin. Although His Highness Duke of Qin was standing there expressionlessly with no intention of making a move, everyone's hearts still raced in their chests. With His Highness Duke of Qin here, there was no need to talk about one-on-one duels or group fights. His Highness Duke of Qin alone was enough to sweep away Duanmu Yao's group. Naturally, Duanmu Yao was fearful. Han Yunshi, she said angrily, this princess came here today for revenge. Don't talk nonsense. No one's going to fight you one-on-one or group fights you. Han Yunshi sighed. Then just what do you want to do? You were the one who challenged me to a one-on-one duel. You even brought a bunch of helpers. If you don't want to fight me one-on-one or group fights, do you want this Wang Fei to stand there and let you chop me up? Ha! Gu Qisha couldn't help but laugh out loud. Much of the crowd laughed as well. In Han Yunshi's eyes, Duanmu Yao's actions were truly laughable. There was no need for Long Fei Yi to send people to spread the news. Naturally, there would be people who would spread the news. Duanmu Yao was bound to lose face. Duanmu Yao flew into a rage out of humiliation. She had clearly come here to avenge herself, so how did things end up like this? Men, get him! Kill her! She roared. The 10 sword maidens unsheathed their swords, and several black-clothed swordsmen appeared out of thin air to protect Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi didn't understand, but Gu Qisha and Mu Ling were shocked. They could sense the killing intent of these 10 swordsmen. Their martial arts were definitely much more powerful than Duanmu Yao's 10 sword maidens. Duanmu Yao could tell that these black-clothed swordsmen weren't simple. She shouted angrily, Senior martial brother, Han Yunshi killed my imperial mother. I don't ask you to uphold justice for me, your junior martial sister, but I beg you not to protect her. You should also give my imperial father an explanation for this matter, and give my Western Zhou's citizens an explanation. Long Fei Yi said, Where's the evidence? You slandered this prince's beloved consort for no reason. This prince wants an explanation from you. If you can't provide any evidence, don't blame this prince for being impolite. Tears welled up in Duanmu Yao's eyes. Aggrieved, she took out a golden needle from her sleeve and held it up for everyone to see. This is a golden needle found in my imperial mother's body. It's poisonous. This golden needle is specially used by Han Yunshi when she's practicing medicine. Aside from her, no one else has it. The golden needle in Duanmu Yao's hand was indeed the same one that Han Yunshi usually used. This was a medical needle she had brought from the modern era. Its material, function, and shape were all different from those used in the ancient era. It had to be said that this thing was indeed a piece of evidence. Aside from special circumstances, Han Yunshi would only use this kind of medical needle when she was saving lives. Moreover, she would always disinfect it and put it away after use. However, there were a few times when she had dropped it in an emergency. Where had Duanmu Yao gotten the one in her hand? Chu Tianyin was already planning to rely on Long Fei Yi and was currently undergoing Long Fei Ye's test. There was no reason for him to give Duanmu Yao something so important. Besides Chu Tianyin, who else could have gotten their hands on her needle? Was it Chu Qingge or Ning Cheng? Where did they get this golden needle from? Han Yunshi was too lazy to ponder the question any longer. If the other side wanted to frame her, why wouldn't they have enough evidence? Han Yunshi, tell me, is this needle yours or not? Duanmu Yao asked loudly. Yes. When did you steal something from me? Give it back to me. Han Yunshi was even more self-righteous than her. You! Duanmu Yao got angry every time she spoke to Han Yunshi. She was about to die from anger. You used a needle to poison my imperial mother. What else do you have to say for yourself? Duanmu Yao asked again. You stole my needle and accused me of poisoning you. What do you think I have to say for myself? Han Yunshi retorted. Han Yunshi, you're still quibbling. Duanmu Yao was about to spit out blood. Today you brought a needle and accused me of killing your imperial mother. Tomorrow you brought a hidden needle and accused me of killing your entire family, right? Han Yunshi asked again. Silence fell upon the scene. No one dared to interrupt. Duanmu Yao was so angry that her breathing grew ragged as she gasped for breath. The coroners already found out that my mother was poisoned to death. Moreover, there are people in the Chu clan army who saw you appear around the barracks that night with their own eyes. Both the witnesses and evidence were present. If these witnesses and evidence were found by a third party, then Han Yunshi would indeed be guilty, according to Cloud Realm Continent's laws. Unfortunately, these witnesses and evidence came from Duanmu Yao's side, so it was highly suspicious that they were forged. Han Yunshi couldn't be bothered to argue with them about the validity of the witnesses and evidence. With Duanmu Yao's pestering nature, there was no point in arguing with them. She had long discussed a plan with Long Fei Yi to kill two birds with one stone. They only needed to prove that the needle was a false accusation. There was no need to uncover the true cause of Empress Shui's death. As long as they could prove that the needle was a false accusation, then Duanmu Yao would naturally suspect the person who gave her the needle. Once her attention was diverted, the matter would have nothing to do with them. Which coroner did you find to conduct the autopsy? Han Yunshi asked again. Lin Su from the Peace Pavilion. Duanmu Yao replied loudly. The Peace Pavilion was a profit-making organization that provided all sorts of autopsy services to the imperial court and the common people. Lin Su could be considered the head of the Peace Pavilion and had a resounding reputation. I don't believe him, Han Yunshi said coldly. Unless you can find someone to do a new autopsy and prove that Empress Shui really did die from poison and that the needle was the cause, this Wang Fei won't admit it. Chu Qingge had put in plenty of effort on Duanmu Yao's side. She even bribed Lin Su to do the autopsy himself, so Duanmu Yao trusted Chu Qingge without a doubt. It doesn't matter. This princess wants you to accept it wholeheartedly. Duanmu Yao was brimming with confidence. Then find Western Zhou's former coroner from the justice courts, Chao Tong, Grand Coroner Chao. Han Yunshi said slowly so that everyone present could hear her clearly. Everyone was frightened by her words. They couldn't help but suspect that Duanmu Yao was here to slander Han Yunshi. Western Zhou's justice courts would never favor Han Yunshi. They definitely tell the truth based on fact. Meanwhile, Grand Coroner Chao Tong was Cloud Realm Continent's #1 coroner. His skills at autopsies were top-notch and his reputation was unquestionable. If Han Yunshi dared to invite him here, then it meant she wasn't guilty at all. Duanmu Yao laughed out loud. Han Yunshi, stop pretending. You know full well that Chao Tong's retired for years. There's no way you can invite him here. And if I can? Han Yunshi retorted. What a joke. Duanmu Yao still couldn't believe it. Chao Tong had solved many major cases for Western Zhou, but he'd retired for years due to personal reasons. Her imperial father had once sent the crown prince to invite him, but he'd failed. What was Han Yunshi to do? Grand Coroner Chao is already on his way here. He'll arrive in 2 days. Duanmu Yao, if you're still a filial daughter who wants to know how your imperial mother died, then hurry and bring her body here, Han Yunshi said seriously. Duanmu Yao finally realized she wasn't joking and was stunned. A frightening thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that Han Yunshi wasn't the culprit? Was she being used by Chu Qingge? The Chu clan was the real culprit? Duanmu Yao quickly recovered her wit. She refused to believe her own suspicions. She was certain that Han Yunshi was the real culprit, and that Han Yunshi was just scaring her. She said fiercely, "Fine. 2 days later, I'll make you accept it wholeheartedly. A life for a life." 2 days later, Chao Tong really did show up at the Yaoshui estate. Han Yunshi had only been able to invite Chao Tong because 3rd Elder Shun of Medical City had helped her in secret. As an elder of Medical City, 3rd Elder Shun couldn't openly help Han Yunshi, so Chao Tong didn't reveal his relationship with 3rd Elder Shun. Instead, he claimed to be an old official of Western Zhou and vowed to investigate the cause of Empress Shue's death. "Princess, don't worry. This one definitely won't let esteemed Empress die in peace." Chao Tong continued to call Duanmu Yao princess with sincerity. Duanmu Yao's resolute heart wavered again. She nodded and said, "My imperial mother's body is right there in the courtyard at the end of the alley. Let's go." Everyone followed Chao Tong out, with Long Fei Yi and Gu Qi Sha accompanying Han Yunshi. Gu Qi Sha murmured, "Did you bribe Chao Tong?" Han Yunshi murmured back, "It's already good enough that we managed to invite him. You can't bribe him." "Then aren't you afraid that he'll reveal the truth?" Gu Qi Sha grew alarmed. After all, it wasn't Han Yunshi who killed Empress Shui, but Long Fei Ye's men. His title as the world's #1 coroner wasn't just for show. Where did Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi get their self-confidence from? What medicine were they selling in their gourds? Chapter 658. Han Yunshi hadn't bribed Chao Tong, but wasn't she afraid that he'd expose the truth? Gu Qi Sha wasn't the only one puzzled. Ning Qing was curious as well. He knew Chao Tong couldn't be bribed, and he was certain that Long Fei Ye's men had killed Empress Shui. Where did Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi get their confidence from? After Empress Shui's death, Chu Tianyin had found plenty of coroner's examiners to examine her body, but none of them were able to find the true cause of death. What was the real cause of death? Were Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi so sure that Chao Tong wouldn't be able to find out the truth? Ning Cheng's gaze was fixed on Han Yunshi's back the entire time. His lips curved into a mischievous grin. Even when Han Yunshi's figure was swallowed up by the crowd, he still wanted to see more. He disguised himself and blended into the crowd, accompanied by a few servants in disguise. They were all puzzled. His Highness Duke of Ning had plenty of work to do, so why had he traveled non-stop for 2 days and 2 nights just to come to Yaoshui himself? The Bailey Trade Consortium had urged him multiple times to attend Ning Jing's wedding, but he'd refused every time. It wasn't like he could show his face in person, so what was the difference between watching the crime scene and sitting in the palace waiting for news? Empress Shui's corpse was placed in the courtyard at the end of the alley. Duanmu Yao wouldn't go so far as to reveal her mother's corpse to the public, so all unrelated people were kept outside the gate. Ning Qing and a few of his retainers silently left the crowd until their figures vanished from the rooftops. Empress Shue's body was placed in the center of the courtyard, preserved in a specially made coffin. Duanmu Yao stood by the coffin, her face ashen and sorrowful. She still regretted not leaving the mountains sooner to save her mother. She'd held on to her father's hopes in the past, believing that he loved her mother so dearly that he'd do anything to save her. But reality proved that her father still loved his country more than anything else. The Chu clan was the main culprit behind her mother's death. Once she dealt with Han Yunshi, she wouldn't spare anyone from the Chu clan, including Chu Qingge. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duanmu Yao carefully opened the coffin. Other than Long Feiyi, who did not move, everyone present came forward to take a look. Long Feiyi was not afraid of this kind of thing, he just did not like it. It had been almost 2 months since Empress Shui had passed away. If not for the low temperature at the end of winter and early spring, coupled with the nourishment of medicine, her corpse would have already started to wax. Although it had been nourished with expensive medicinal herbs, and the corpse did not emit a strange smell, nor did it show any signs of liquefaction, it had long been deformed. Its face and hands were covered with livor mortis, and the degree of decay in its body could not be seen with the naked eye. Only a professional would be able to tell how badly the corpse had decayed. Chao Tong only glanced at the corpse, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He wasn't in a hurry to examine it, so he asked, "Princess Yao, may I take a look at that golden needle first?" "Of course." Duanmu Yao carefully handed the needle over. "There's still poison on the tip. Be careful." Chao Tong held the golden needle and examined it carefully. "What kind of poison is this?" Before Duanmu Yao could speak, Han Yunshi cut in. "It's sky scorpion poison. It doesn't matter if you touch it. As long as you don't get stabbed, you won't be poisoned." Duanmu Yao gave a cold snort. "So you still remember?" Han Yunshi was too lazy to argue with her. Han Yunshi knew that Duanmu Yao wouldn't believe her no matter what she said. She had invited Chao Tong here so he could speak up for her. "Where did you find this needle?" Chao Tong asked next. From the bottom of her foot, Chu Qingge had told Duanmu Yao all this. "So, Princess Yao believes that Empress Shui died from poison?" Chao Tong asked seriously. "Yes, it was Han Yunshi who used this needle to poison her." Duanmu Yao didn't forget to point out Han Yunshi's identity. She spoke as if she'd seen it with her own eyes. Chao Tong nodded and asked, "Princess Yao, this one doesn't recognize poisons, so I specially brought a poison doctor with me. Would it be possible to let him in?" Chao Tong's reputation were there. Even if Han Yunshi had invited him here, Duanmu Yao trusted him enough to agree without a second thought. The poison doctor examined the needle, then Empress Shui's foot. "This is sky scorpion poison," he said seriously. "Anyone poisoned by it will die within 3 steps. Han Yunshi, you're still trying to quibble?" Duanmu Yao raged. Han Yunshi snorted disdainfully and didn't answer. The poison doctor hurriedly explained, "Princess Yao, this one can only confirm 2 points. Firstly, the poison on the golden needle is scorpion poison. Secondly, Her Majesty the Empress Foot was poisoned by the needle and was indeed poisoned. As for whether esteemed Wang Fei died from sky scorpion poison, this one," poison doctor said as he looked awkwardly at Chao Tong. Chao Tong waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. "Grand Coroner Chao, what do you mean by this?" Duanmu Yao didn't understand. "To reply, Princess, esteemed Empress Shui's passed away a long time ago, there's no point in examining her body," Chao Tong said tactfully, but everyone understood his meaning. Generally speaking, there was no point in examining a corpse after 7 days of death. No matter how well Empress Shui's body was preserved, it was impossible to examine it. "Princess Yao, from the evidence we currently have, it's very likely that esteemed Empress Shui died from poison. However, Because there's no way to conduct an in-depth examination, this one can't come to a conclusion, Chao Tong said seriously. Duanmu Yao knitted her brows. What did you say? Chao Tong was still serious. Princess Yao, esteemed Empress Shui was indeed poisoned, but this one can't confirm whether she died from poison. I hope Princess Yao will reconsider and not wrongly accuse a good person. Let the true culprit go. Duanmu Yao's gaze turned complicated. She looked suspiciously at Han Yunshi, but Han Yunshi didn't say anything and allowed her to look. It was unknown what Duanmu Yao was thinking, but after a while she said angrily, "What else can't you confirm? The evidence is irrefutable, it was her." Yes, it was me. I'll admit it, all right? Han Yunshi suddenly said impatiently. Duanmu Yao was very surprised, but Chao Tong was angry. Esteemed Wang Fei, if you want to admit your guilt, why did you invite old man here? What do we do now that the autopsy isn't conclusive? The golden needles were indeed mine, and there were needle wounds on the soles of my feet. If I don't admit it, who will? Han Yunshi shrugged helplessly. Esteemed Empress, old man just said that there was poison in the body. Although there were signs of poisoning, there was also physical evidence. However, we can't confirm whether esteemed Empress Shui died from poison, and we can't find any other cause of death, so we can't come to a conclusion. Do you understand? Chao Tong was a little anxious. Why didn't these two women understand even after he'd explained twice? One was Western Zhou's princess, a celestial mountain disciple, and the other was Qin Wang Fei. They weren't stupid. Seeing that Han Yunshi didn't say anything, Chao Tong asked again, "Esteemed Wang Fei, do you understand?" Third Elder Shun had helped him a lot, and this was the first time he'd asked him for help. He couldn't be a hindrance. Moreover, he'd been doing autopsies all his life and hadn't found a single case that was unjust, false, or wrong. This time, he had to make an exception and preserve his integrity in his later years. He couldn't make a hasty decision just because he couldn't do the autopsy. This was an autopsy, not a matter of one or the other logic. I understand, but it's a pity that some people still don't understand. Sigh, some people are stupid. Han Yunshi smiled. She didn't say who was stupid, but Duanmu Yao immediately admitted it. She snorted, "Who says I don't understand? Great Corner Chow, if you can't find any other evidence, then you can prove that she's the murderer. Don't you understand this logic?" Duanmu Yao actually retorted to anger Chao Tong. Chao Tong's mouth twitched. He could tell that Qin Wang Fei wasn't stupid. As for whether Princess Duan was stupid or not, he was at a loss. "I don't understand." Chao Tong shook his head. Duanmu Yao said seriously, "How can you not understand such a simple logic? If the murderer isn't Han Yunshi, why would the golden needles be stabbed under my imperial mother's feet? Could it be that someone framed her? After my imperial mother died, they added another needle?" Long Feiyi was the first to laugh at her words. Of course, he wasn't laughing because of Duanmu Yao, but because of Han Yunshi. Without a doubt, Han Yunshi had been waiting for Duanmu Yao to say it herself. Gu Qisha and Mu Ling were secretly amused as well. Chao Tong was the only one who laughed out loud. "Princess Duan, you're right. If the needle was added later, then we might have jumped to conclusions today. The real murderer will probably laugh at us." Duanmu Yao gave a start, frightened by her own words. If Chao Tong or Han Yunshi had said those words in the beginning, she might have denied them immediately. But now that she'd said it herself, she couldn't help but think it over. When she recalled Chao Tong's words and Han Yunshi's reaction, her resolute heart wavered again. She muttered to herself, "Chu Chinga, Princess Duan, we can't let esteemed Empress die with grievances." Chao Tong said, "It's just a single needle. This Wang Fei won't accept it even if I admit it," Han Yunshi said coldly. Duanmu Yao glanced at Han Yunshi before relenting. "Then what do you want to do? We can't do an autopsy now. Princess Duan, old man has an idea, but..." Chow Tong was in a difficult position. Go ahead and say it, Duanmu Yao said seriously. Old man remembers that there's a wondrous medicine in the world called rising from the dead. Before he could finish, Duanmu Yao grew agitated. Rising from the dead? You're thinking too much. Rising from the dead is a heaven-defying medicine that can restore a corpse to its original state in a short period of time. But once the time passes, the corpse will turn into a puddle of blood. In other words, there won't even be bones left. Mu Ling was the one to explain. She knew all the wondrous medicines in the world. No wonder you're a genius from Medicine City. My apologies for my lack of manners. Chow Tong smiled and bowed. I don't dare. Mu Ling was very modest as she turned to Duanmu Yao. This medicine is hard to come by. It's hard to find it in such a short time. According to this one's understanding, this medicine comes from Medicine City's medicine hut. Chow Tong looked towards Han Yunshi and tried to sound her out. I wonder if esteemed Wang Fei. Han Yunshi cut him off before he could finish. What's there to be afraid of? As long as the medicine hut has the medicine, this Wang Fei will definitely ask master for it. Chow Tong gave a start, a little lost. He wasn't trying to test esteemed Wang Fei's courage, but whether or not esteemed Wang Fei could beg the king of medicine for rising from the dead. Why was esteemed Wang Fei so agitated? Duanmu Yao saw Han Yunshi's agitation. She didn't want to believe that Han Yunshi wasn't her mother's murderer, but Han Yunshi's actions had shaken her heart again and again. Had she really framed Han Yunshi? Had she really been played for a fool by Chuchinga? Duanmu Yao's mind was in a mess with these two questions. Princess Duan, then, should we use this medicine or not? Chow Tong asked seriously. Chapter 659. Should she use the medicine of resurrection or not? Duanmu Yao's gaze finally returned to her mother's corpse. She hesitated. Empress Shui was already miserable enough. If her body didn't exist, she would never be able to rest in peace. In the silence, Chow Tong sighed deeply. Even as a coroner, he faced corpses every day, but he couldn't bear to see such a thing happen. After a while, Duanmu Yao asked in a choked voice, Great Coroner Chow, is there no other way? Chow Tong shook his head helplessly. There's no other way. Duanmu Yao fell silent again. For some reason, Han Yunshi couldn't bear it. It wasn't for Duanmu Yao, but for Empress Shui. After all, Empress Shui was innocent. Han Yunshi couldn't help looking at Long Feiyi, but saw that Long Feiyi's eyes were cold and unmoved. This man's heart. How cold could it be? Even though he was always warm, she hadn't forgotten his cold-bloodedness and heartlessness. What would Duanmu Yao think if she found out the truth one day? Suddenly, Duanmu Yao's resolute voice broke Han Yunshi's train of thought. Use the medicine. If we can't find the real culprit, we won't be able to rest in peace even if we bury the corpse. What's the use? She looked at Han Yunshi and snorted. Han Yunshi, you have to do what you say. If you can't get the medicine of resurrection, then you'll be the one who killed my mother. Han Yunshi didn't answer her. Instead, she ordered, Men, send a messenger hawk to the medicine hut and ask for the medicine. With that, the matter was put on hold for the time being. It only took half a day to send a messenger hawk from Yao Shui to the medicine hut and back. Duanmu Yao had no intention of leaving. Han Yunshi didn't have that much time to accompany her. She and Long Feiyi went back to rest first. Ning Qing sat in a corner of the roof, watching Han Yunshi's figure disappear at the end of the alley. He was still in a daze. Master, I'm afraid there's something fishy going on, one of the attendants murmured. Ning Qingshi lazily rose to his feet and stretched. Then he asked seriously, Say, what do you think Han Yunshi's hiding in her head? The attendants were left speechless. How should he know? Master, if Duanmu Yao suspects Chuchinga, then we. Another attendant reminded him. What's the rush? Even if you suspect them, you'll only suspect the Chu clan. Ning Qing had left the Chu clan with a trick up his sleeve. The medicine hut's medicine hut. But the medicine huts, medicines to medicine. But the decoction ants, the medicine huts, and hun. To medicine hut, sb. Han Yunshi asked Mu Linger in a low voice, "Is there really a particular way to use this medicine?" "As far as I know, there isn't. Once it's cooked, just pour it over the corpse," Mu Linger murmured back. "Senior Pillfiend, is that right? That old thing, the king of medicine, wants to use this chance to lure you all over." Gu Qi Sha revealed the truth. Han Yunshi had no choice. She was busy dealing with Duanmu Yao, so she could only ignore the king of medicine's plans for now. In any case, the king of medicine couldn't do anything to her even if he lured them over. What if the king of medicine starts making conditions again by the time we get there? Mu Ling said worriedly. She'd heard of Han Yunshi's trip to Medicine Hut before. "That's too much of a loss of face for me as his disciple, isn't it?" Han Yunshi teased. "If he dares to do that again, I'll ask that old man from Medicine Requesting Cave for help." As Han Yunshi spoke, she glanced at Gu Qi Sha from the corner of her eyes. Gu Qi Sha hadn't said a word this entire time. Before sunset, Han Yunshi had already told Duanmu Yao and Chao Tong the news. Neither of them had any objections. They made some preparations, mainly strengthening the defenses to prevent Empress Shui's corpse from deteriorating. The next day, Duanmu Yao woke up bright and early. She invited Chao Tong to sit in her carriage before rushing to Long Fei Ye's side courtyard to wait for them. Who knew that even after waiting for a long time, Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi still hadn't come out. Duanmu Yao couldn't bring herself to lose face, so she had Chao Tong knock on the door. After asking around, she found out that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi had left late last night. Why did they leave first? Chao Tong was helpless. Esteemed Wang Fei said that when you arrived in Medicine City, you should go directly to the Council of Elders. Someone will bring you to the Medicine Hut, the servant said seriously. Chao Tong didn't ask any questions, but returned to the carriage to see Duanmu Yao's face turn gloomy. It was obvious that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi didn't want to travel with her. Actually, Ning Cheng was hiding in the shadows as well. He'd come early in the morning to wait for them, but hadn't seen anyone either. "Master, Miss Jing's wedding date has been set, so there's no time. In a few days, the Tang clan will come to propose marriage. The wedding will be at the end of the month," the servant reported. "Miss Jing and young Master Nua have already been arguing for 2 days. Miss Jing refuses to stay at the Tang clan for a full year, so young Master Nua has asked you to go back and preside over the situation." How troublesome! Ning Cheng was impatient, but he still returned to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. He couldn't be careless about the Tang clan's affairs, so he wouldn't allow Ning Jing to act recklessly. "Follow Duanmu Yao and the rest. Report to me immediately if anything happens." He was about to leave when he added, "Keep an eye on that needle for your lordship." The servant was bewildered, but didn't dare to ask. By now, Han Yunshi and the rest had already traveled an entire night and were far from Yaoshui Prefecture. Gu Qi Sha and Mu Ling hadn't followed them. Mu Ling had been very excited to see the Medicine Hut for herself, but after learning that Gu Qi Sha wasn't coming, she decided to stay behind in Yaoshui Prefecture. Gu Qi Sha only said, "What does it have to do with this old man?" before deciding not to come. Han Yunshi didn't pursue the matter, while Long Fei Yi seemed to have guessed something, but didn't ask. Long Fei Yi was currently reading a letter from the Tang clan about Tang Li's wedding. Has Cloud Realm Trade Consortium made any progress in planting medicinal ingredients in northern Li's snowy mountains? Long Fei Yi asked. Not yet. I'm afraid they've been delayed by Ning Jing's wedding, Chu Shifeng replied from outside the carriage. Keep a close eye on them. Long Fei Yi was still very concerned about the matter. After all, it would directly affect Han Yunshi's position at Pillfiend Pharmacy. Han Yunshi didn't take the matter to heart. As she saw it, even if Cloud Realm Trade Consortium really did manage to grow the medicinal ingredients, She only needed to tell Medical City about it and they'd be unable to sell their products. She was more concerned with the matter at hand. Long Feiyi, just how did Empress Shui die? Han Yunshi still didn't know the truth. She knew that Long Feiyi had sent men to kill Empress Shui, but she didn't know the cause of death. She assumed it was an assassination, but there were no obvious wounds on the body. The Chu clan and Ning Qing must have done an autopsy as well, but they probably didn't find anything. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made a wound on Empress Shui's foot, but poisoned the original wound instead. Long Feiyi leaned lazily against the high pillow as if dozing off. Han Yunshi scooted over and pushed him. "Tell me, why are you so sure that Chao Tong won't be able to find anything? Aren't you afraid that the corpse will give you away?" Long Feiyi reached out and pulled her into his arms. "That's not important. The results weren't important. What mattered was the process and Duanmu Yao's opinion. Tell me, it's not like I'll betray you." Han Yunshi wouldn't give up until she knew the truth. Long Feiyi still didn't speak. Han Yunshi narrowed her eyes and said threateningly, "Are you going to tell me or not?" Long Feiyi still shook his head. Han Yunshi suddenly tickled him under the armpit, but Long Feiyi quickly dodged and dropped her hand. Only Han Yunshi knew that his greatest weakness was being ticklish. Han Yunshi wouldn't give up and kept tickling him. "Are you going to tell me or not? Are you going to tell me or not?" Long Feiyi only dodged silently at first, but he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Still, he was stubborn and wouldn't tell her. The two of them began to make a ruckus inside the carriage, their movements loud and clear. Amidst their laughter were Han Yunshi's gasps for breath. Outside, Uncle Gao and Chu Shifeng exchanged glances, their imaginations running wild over the events in the carriage. An autopsy to prove one's innocence was a big deal. News of their trip to the medical hut had already spread, so all of Cloud Realm continent was paying attention, but the two of them were still in the mood to play around in the carriage. Would Duanmu Yao lose her mind if she found out? After a few days of travel, Han Yunshi's group arrived at the medical hut. Pill King did not make things difficult for them as they had imagined. Instead, he took out the rising dead pill and enthusiastically expressed his willingness to help them with the medicine. Han Yunshi mused that this old thing must have really learned his lesson. "Yunshi, did you read the ancient medicine tome I gave you last time?" The King of Medicine asked with a chuckle. "I did," Han Yunshi replied. She was busy cultivating the second level of the poison storage space, so where would she find the time to study ancient texts? She'd leave it to Mu Ling and Guqi Sha to study while she flipped through Mu Ling notes. "Then, is there anything that you don't understand?" the King of Medicine asked. He'd given the ancient medicine tome to Han Yunshi so she could write letters to him and ask for his guidance. That way, master and disciple would gradually get to know each other better and solidify their master-disciple relationship. Since he couldn't force this girl to stay, he was more than willing to be her master. I'm still reading. I'll think about the parts one don't understand. It won't be too late to ask after I understand them," Han Yunshi said half-heartedly. After chatting a bit more, she went to visit the old man at Medicine Requesting Cave. Compared to the King of Medicine, Han Yunshi liked the old man more. Unfortunately, he refused to see her because he had no good news. He was waiting for his disciple to return. Han Yunshi couldn't help but feel angry at Gu's smiling eyes. No matter how much she pitied the old man, she'd never betray Gu. Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi rested at the medicine hut for half a day before Duanmu Yao and Chao Tong were brought over by the Council of Elders. The King of Medicine examined the corpse and immediately brewed the medicine himself without saying a word. Chao Tong greatly respected the King of Medicine. He was already so old, but he acted like a little follower, following the King of Medicine around and helping him. On the other hand, Han Yunshi, the disciple, stood on the sidelines and watched with folded arms. Truly outrageous. It was also here that Duanmu Yao finally believed that Han Yunshi had been accepted as a disciple by the King of Medicine. Her already bad mood worsened. After all, the status of a disciple of the king of medicine wasn't low. Aside from being Qin Wangfei, Han Yunxi had another identity to show off? Duanmu Yao hated the feeling of being pulled closer. Soon, the king of medicine finished brewing the medicine and personally came over to administer it. Although he put on an act and made a lot of fuss, the medicine still ended up being sprinkled on the corpse. As more and more medicine was sprinkled on the corpse, it slowly recovered. Chao Tong watched from the sidelines, his brows furrowed even tighter. What had he discovered? Chapter 660. The medicine of resurrection was indeed worthy of its reputation. This name was not given blindly. As more and more of the medicine was sprinkled, the corpse gradually recovered. Before long, the corpse had returned to its original state. Aside from a slightly greenish complexion, it was no different from a sleeping person. Those who didn't know better might actually think that Empress Shui had come back from the dead. Everyone was stunned by the effects of the medicine. Even Long Feiyi was secretly shocked. There were many things that couldn't be accomplished by martial arts, but medicine could create miracles. Chao Tong's brows furrowed as he watched the corpse slowly recover. He had seen the secret hidden in the corpse at a glance. This case could be said to be half solved. He shook his head in disbelief. At this time, everyone was still shocked by the effects of the medicine and didn't notice his reaction. The medicine of resurrection will only last for 4 hours. After that, the corpse will turn into a pool of blood and not a single bone will be left. Girl, what do you want to examine? Hurry up. The king of medicine only had eyes for Han Yunxi. If not for Han Yunxi, he wouldn't have let this group of people into the medicine hut so casually. Great Coroner Chao, hurry up. Han Yunxi was calm and didn't look like a suspect. Duanmu Yao had been observing her all this time. Although she didn't want to believe it, the more she looked at Han Yunxi, the more she felt that Han Yunxi didn't look like the murderer. Duanmu Yao was irritated and stopped looking at her. Cold, she said. Great Coroner Chao, the cost of restoring the corpse is not small. You must be careful. If there's any mistake, you should know the consequences. Princess Duan, there's something this one must tell you first. Chao Tong said seriously. Is it more important than the autopsy? You only have 4 hours and you want to waste it? Duanmu Yao was angry. Unexpectedly, Chao Tong said, this matter is as important as the autopsy. Princess Duan, you must know. Please come over here. Duanmu Yao stood at the head of the coffin while Chao Tong stood at the bottom. Why did he want her to come over? Duanmu Yao walked over suspiciously. What are you trying to say? Can't you be more direct? 4 hours isn't. Before she could finish, Duanmu Yao abruptly shut her mouth. She followed Chao Tong's finger and saw that the wound on her mother's foot had disappeared. The wound on Empress Shui's foot was caused by a golden needle. It wasn't obvious at first, but due to the poison, it had turned bluish-purple. When the coroner had removed the needle, it had caused a second injury, so the wound had become obvious. Now, how could it disappear? How? Duanmu Yao couldn't believe it. She moved closer to take a closer look, but she still couldn't see a wound. The bottom of Empress Shui's foot was smooth and white. There wasn't the slightest trace of injury. Impossible. I don't believe it. Duanmu Yao turned to look at Han Yunxi again. This time, Han Yunxi was looking back at her, her eyes clear and bright. Even if she knew who the real culprit was, there was nothing to feel guilty about. What did Long Fei Ye's murder have to do with her? She just didn't understand why Chu Qingge and Ning Qing wanted to make things difficult for her. If they couldn't find the cause of death, they could have faked a sword wound to pin it on Long Fei Yi. Princess Yao, this is precisely what I wanted to tell you. The rising dead drug will restore a corpse to its original state. After death, any traces of the body will be erased. Thus, Duanmu Yao had figured this out before the drug was administered. She seemed to have lost all strength as she muttered to herself, so my imperial mother didn't die from a poison needle? That's right. Chow Tong was very certain. Princess Yao, this needle was stabbed into esteemed Empress's foot after she died. The person who used the needle was extremely skilled. If it wasn't for the rising dead drug, this one would have had a hard time proving that the wound on esteemed Empress's foot was caused after she died. You suspected it long ago? Duanmu Yao demanded. Yes, Chow Tong was very frank. Then why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you explain? Why? Duanmu Yao was about to cry. Why didn't you say anything earlier? If you did, my mother wouldn't have been reduced to ashes. Why? Princess Yao, this one only suspected. If I wanted proof, it would only be in theory. I don't think you'd believe me anyway. Now that you've seen it with your own eyes, this one won't explain any further, Chow Tong replied honestly. Duanmu Yao was so angry that she almost drew her sword and killed him. But she had to admit that he was right. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed anyone's excuse for Han Yunxi's crimes. Han Yunxi had been framed, and the needle had been added? So all the evidence in her hands was fake? Who else could have killed her imperial mother besides Chu Chinga's group? What a Chu Chinga! She actually dared to play me like this. She wanted to use me against Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi? No way. Hatred turned into strength as Duanmu Yao's eyes turned red. Chow Tong, why aren't you inspecting the corpse yet? Just how did my imperial mother die? You have to give me an answer. The corpse had already begun to change, showing signs of hardening like other corpses. Chow Tong quickly took out a pile of small tools and put on a pair of gloves to examine it. Although time was limited, Chow Tong still carefully examined the corpse from head to toe, not missing a single detail. Silence fell upon the courtyard as everyone's attention rested on Chow Tong's hands. Han Yunxi was still a little nervous right now. If Chow Tong really did find out something, she and Long Fei Yi would really be smashing their own feet with a rock. As time trickled by, livor mortis began to appear on the corpse. Chow Tong knitted his brows as his eyes focused. He seemed to have discovered something as he lifted his head to glance at Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi. Everyone waited, expecting him to speak, but he didn't. Instead, he lowered his head again. Just how is it? Duanmu Yao couldn't wait any longer. Chow Tong glanced at the time before revealing an awkward expression. Princess, this one still hasn't figured out the cause of death. There's still time, so this one will do his best. More than 2 hours had passed, but they still didn't know how she died. How were they supposed to find other evidence? Duanmu Yao grew angry. Chow Tong, what are you saying? How can you not figure out the cause of death? What kind of world's #1 coroner are you? Princess Duan, take a look for yourself. There's no sign of any injury on the Empress body, Chow Tong explained. If it was so easy to figure out, why would I need you? Duanmu Yao retorted. Chow Tong had no choice but to shut his mouth. This wasn't the first time he'd encountered a situation like this, but it was the first time he was so pressed for time. He had to seize the moment. Han Yunxi was also sizing up the corpse, her heart filled with bewilderment. She'd already eliminated the possibility of external injuries, and there was no sign of poisoning. Could it be that she died of illness? Some deaths due to illness couldn't be found in a short period of time, let alone ancient autopsy technique. Even modern medicine couldn't figure it out. Princess Duan, this one is certain that esteemed Wang Fei didn't die from external injuries or poisoning. There's only one possibility, which is that she died of illness. May I know if esteemed Wang Fei had any previous illnesses? Chow Tong asked seriously. My imperial mother's health has always been good. She would occasionally catch a cold, but there's no way she'd die of illness. Someone must have killed her. Duanmu Yao was agitated. Although she'd been away from her imperial mother for a long time, they'd still exchanged letters. She was very familiar with her mother's condition. Princess Duan, this one can't rule out the possibility of someone using esteemed Empress's illness to murder her. If we want to figure out the cause of death, I'm afraid we'll have to. Chow Tong hesitated, but didn't finish his sentence. After all, he was facing the corpse of Western Zhou's empress. After all, Emperor Kongqing had been negotiating with the Chu clan troops and Tianning's prince regent to return the empress's corpse and hand over the true culprit. Although the empress was dead, she was more important than alive. Afraid of what? Tell me. Duanmu Yao asked anxiously. Chow Tong was still hesitating when Han Yunshi spoke up. I'm afraid we'll have to dissect the corpse. From what Han Yunshi knew, ancient coroners only did superficial examinations. It was surprising that Chow Tong dared to dissect the corpse to find out the cause of the illness. Impossible. Duanmu Yao refused without hesitation. She could accept the bones dissolving into a puddle of blood, but she couldn't accept dissecting the corpse. She would never allow her imperial mother to suffer such humiliation after her death. Princess Duan, if we don't dissect the corpse, I'm afraid we won't be able to find out the true cause of death, Chow Tong said helplessly. Are you sure you'll find out if we dissect the corpse? Duanmu Yao retorted coldly. Chow Tong admitted honestly, I can't be certain. Duanmu Yao glared at him, but had no strength to argue. She knelt by Empress Shui's corpse as tears streamed down her cheeks. She regretted it. He was thoroughly regretting it. She didn't dare to believe Chu Chinga's lies. She shouldn't have caused such a ruckus. Imperial Mother's corpse was about to disappear. How was she supposed to explain things to Imperial Father? She was hoping to borrow the strength of Celestial Mountain to force the Chu clan and the Duke of Ning to investigate the cause of her Imperial Mother's death. Then she could bring her body back to Western Zhou. How would she have the face to go back now? All of this was Chu Chinga's fault. Chow Tong didn't give up just because he couldn't figure out the cause of death. His attitude was as earnest as ever. Princess Duan, although we can't confirm esteemed Empress's cause of death, we can at least prove that Qin Wangfei wasn't the one who killed her. The Chu clan's motives for accusing Qin Wangfei of murder are worth considering. Who else could it be but them? Chu Chinga, Ning Cheng. This princess can't exist under the same sky as you. Duanmu Yao gritted her teeth. She imagined that Chu Chinga must be laughing at her right now. Chow Tong didn't give any conclusions, while Han Yunshi didn't speak up to explain herself. Just like that, Duanmu Yao was convinced that the Chu clan was behind the murder. She wished that none of this had happened at all, that she could be smart enough to see through Chu Chinga's schemes. Unfortunately, the truth was right before her eyes. Abruptly, a strange sound came from the corpse. In a flash, Empress Shui's corpse dissolved into a puddle of blood and water. Not even her bones remained. Imperial Mother, Yao Yao has let you down. Let you down. Duanmu Yao wailed as tears streamed down her face. Although Han Yunshi knew the truth, she still couldn't sympathize with Duanmu Yao. It's good that Empress Shui's gone like this, she thought. The real culprit was standing right by Han Yunshi's side. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes as cold as ice the entire time. He seemed like a heartless bystander standing outside the scene. Han Yunshi took his hand and murmured. Chapter 661. Han Yunshi asked in a low voice, Long Fei Yi, what's the real cause of death? Internal injuries, Long Fei Yi muttered back. Internal injuries. Han Yunshi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just what happened? Using internal energy to injure the 5 viscera without leaving any marks on the surface. Once the chest is cut open, everything will be clear at a glance, Long Fei Yi said. How can it injure the 5 viscera without leaving any marks? That's not something a normal person can do, right? Han Yunshi asked. Only Celestial Mountain's internal energy can do it, Long Fei Yi replied honestly. Han Yunshi finally realized how dangerous the situation had been. If Duanmu Yao had been a little more ruthless and had Chow Tong cut open the chest, the truth would have been revealed. Anyone who knew Celestial Mountain's internal energy arts was either Long Fei Yi himself or one of his subordinate swordsmen. This was what it meant to kill without spilling blood. Han Yunshi's heart was filled with emotions. After a long silence she asked, Long Fei Yi, Empress Shui is innocent, right? Her status makes it impossible for her to be innocent, Long Fei Yi replied. Han Yunshi wanted to retort, but didn't know how. She asked, Then what about her status as Qin Wangfei? Long Fei Yi looked at her with furrowed brows. What are you thinking about? A general's success is built on the bones of 10,000. How many skeletons are piled up for the glorious throne? Han Yunshi sighed with emotion. It's destined to be piled up with thousands of skeletons. The only difference is whether or not the person sitting on the throne can start a golden age so that Cloud Realm continent will no longer suffer from famine, war, or displacement. As Long Fei Yi spoke, his gaze flickered to the sobbing Duanmu Yao kneeling on the ground. His eyes were as cold as ever, devoid of sympathy or pity. After circling around in such a big circle, everything was still under his control. Ning Cheng and Duanmu Yao could fight it out. Han Yunshi had almost forgotten how big this man's heart was. At this moment, she remembered. She interlocked her fingers with his. Long Fei Yi, I'll accompany you. Long Fei tightened his grip on her hand without a word. Before he left, he walked up to Chao Tong and questioned, Where are the golden needles? As soon as Chao Tong took out the golden needle, Long Fei Yi snatched it away. Return it to its rightful owner. Chao Tong looked up at Long Fei Yi. Other than smiling, what else could he do? This needle originally belonged to the Princess Consort, so it should be returned to its rightful owner. Besides, even if it wasn't esteemed Wang Fei's, he had no choice but to give it to His Highness Duke of Qin. Return it to its rightful owner. Han Yunshi smiled and reached out to Long Fei Yi. From today onwards, anything you lose belongs to your lordship. Don't even think about getting it back. Long Fei Yi was very unhappy. Han Yunshi was resentful, but didn't dare to fight with him. She felt that she should be more careful in the future so she didn't cause any more trouble. Long Fei Yi wrapped the needle in a handkerchief before putting it in his sleeve. Han Yunshi knew that this misophobic fellow would definitely wash the needle multiple times. When he got home, Duanmu Yao wanted to kneel on the ground and cry, but Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi were already preparing to leave. To them, this matter was basically over. The only thing they could be sure of was that Chu Qingge and Ning Qing had forged evidence to deceive Duanmu Yao. That made them the biggest suspects. Han Yunshi thanked Chao Tong before preparing to leave with Long Fei Yi. The King of Medicine quickly chased after her with a chuckle. Lass, aren't you going to stay for a few more days? The King of Medicine's tone made it sound like they were very familiar with each other. Because the King of Medicine had once wanted to keep Han Yunshi at the medical hut, Long Fei Yi no longer had a good impression of it. Before Han Yunshi could speak, Long Fei Yi asked coldly, Is there anything else? The King of Medicine didn't have a good impression of Long Fei Yi either. He had long guessed that if it wasn't for Long Fei Yi, Han Yunshi might have agreed to stay with him at the medical hut. Still, the King of Medicine was a shrewd old man. He wasn't stupid enough to offend Long Fei Yi in front of Han Yunshi. He was still smiling kindly. It's nothing important. Be careful on the road. Lass, you should take a look at that ancient medical book of yours. I will. I'm reading it already. Han Yunshi might have been half-hearted, but her attitude was better than before. At least she wasn't so hostile to the King of Medicine anymore. Chao Tong saw this with his own eyes and heart. He knew that Han Yunshi was the King of Medicine's disciple, but never expected Han Yunshi to be so impudent in front of the King of Medicine. This lass really didn't know how lucky she was. If the King of Medicine hadn't been willing to take out the rising dead, she wouldn't have been able to escape punishment so easily. She was really too impudent. The King of Medicine watched as Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi left. He was grinning from ear to ear. He didn't mind Han Yunshi's impudence at all. Han Yunshi's attitude towards him this time was clearly much better than the last time. He thought that he had done well as a master. To be able to take in such a genius as Han Yunshi as his disciple, He didn't wait at the medicine hut for nothing all these years. The king of medicine returned with a chuckle. The moment he saw Chow Tong and Duan Mu Yao, he immediately resumed his serious expression and didn't smile. "You're still not leaving?" He rudely chased them away. Chow Tong hurriedly bowed. "Senior, sorry for the disturbance. This one will take his leave." Duan Mu Yao was still crying, immersed in her sorrow. Chow Tong was about to leave and felt really bad about it, so he came back to persuade her. "Princess Duan, you should leave. Don't hurt your eyes from crying. Princess Duan, let's go. You can only avenge a esteemed empress after you recover, isn't that right?" The word avenge successfully roused Duan Mu Yao's fighting spirit. She rose to her feet and said coldly, "Chu Chinga, I, Duan Mu Yao, swear that I won't rest until I get my revenge." Around 3 days after Chow Tong and Duan Mu Yao left the medicine hut, news spread throughout Cloud Realm continent. Because of Chow Tong's participation, Western Zhou's Emperor Kongqing had no doubts. He angrily dispatched troops to the west of Fenglin Prefecture to warn Ningqing that if he didn't hand over the Chu clan troops, Western Zhou would wash Tianning in blood to avenge the Empress. Duan Mu Yao pulled herself together again and led a group of Celestial Mountain swordsmen to push an empty coffin filled with blood to the gates of Western Liang's imperial city. She wanted Chu Chinga to meet her outside. In any case, Western Zhou and Tianning were at daggers drawn and on tense terms. Ningqing had been busy teaching Ningjing a lesson at Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's headquarters, but rushed back to Western Liang as soon as he heard the news. As soon as he saw Chu Chinga, he raged, "What are you doing? What did you promise your lordship in the first place?" Ningqing was no fool. If Chu Chinga hadn't told him that she'd found a reliable person to fake the wound, he wouldn't have acted rashly. Chow Tong didn't find out that the wound was fake. They used the medicine hut's miracle medicine to restore the corpse. Chu Chinga explained hastily. "Ningqing, just who killed Empress Shui? Just how did she die?" Ningqing gave Chu Chinga a cold look. He didn't want to waste any more words with this woman. If Empress Shui hadn't been killed by Long Fei Ye's men, they would have found the cause of death long ago. They hadn't found the cause of death or the true culprit, but they'd succeeded in convincing Duan Mu Yao that he and the Chu clan were the culprits. Now that the corpse was gone, he and the Chu clan were set to take the blame. "Ningqing, what do we do now? Emperor Kongqing's looking like he'll really start a war," Chu Chinga said anxiously. Ningqing didn't answer. He wasn't worried about Emperor Kongqing, but Duan Mu Yao. Long Fei Yi had done all he could to sow discord between Duan Mu Yao and the Chu clan for a reason. The central regions of Cloud Realm continent were home to the aristocratic families, the eastern regions were home to the merchants, and the western regions were home to the Jianghu. The three-way battlefield spanned thousands of li and was home to many factions of the Jianghu. Now that they'd offended Duan Mu Yao, they'd offended Celestial Mountain as well as half of the Jianghu. That was a lot of trouble. While Ningqing was lost in thought, a eunuch rushed in. "Your Highness Duke of Ning, the Ministry of War has sent word that the 3 batches of military grain from Three-Way Black Market have all been robbed." Ningqing grew alarmed. "Where were they robbed?" "Eternal Space Mountain. They were robbed as soon as they entered," the eunuch replied. Eternal Space Mountain was the territory of the Eternal Space faction. Besides themselves, who else would dare to rob the goods passing through their territory? Ningqing slammed a fist on the table and said coldly, "Pass down my orders. All military supplies are to be on guard against the Jianghu's forces. And also, contact Carefree City and the City of Daughters. Have their young lords come see your lordship and tell them there's something we need to discuss." The eunuch hastily left with his orders. Chu Chinga's face was ashen. "Ningqing, if we start fighting with Western Zhou and Duan Mu Yao joins in, then won't we?" Before she could finish, Ningqing cut her off coldly. "Don't worry. It was the Chu clan who killed Emperor Shui. It has nothing to do with Tianning." He was clearly planning to hand over Chu Tianning. Chu Qingge understood. She hesitated as if she wanted to plead on Chu Tianin's behalf, but in the end she said nothing. She always remembered that it was Chu Tianin, her father, and her uncles who'd arranged for her to end up where she was today. She'd been ruthless to herself for so long, so how could she show mercy to anyone else now? She smiled and said, handing over Chu Tianin and the Chu clan troops isn't a bad choice. In any case, the Chu clan's driving arrow archers don't have much fighting power left. Ning Qing ignored her and prepared to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He turned back and asked coldly, "Where's your lordship's item?" "What item?" Chu Qingge was lost. "The acupuncture needle," Ning Qing said coldly. "Don't tell your lordship that you lost it." Only then did Chu Qingge remember. She felt helpless as well. That thing, I told Duan Muyao about it, but lost it?" Ning Qing didn't want to hear her explanation. Chu Qingge didn't even dare to see Duan Muyao, so how was she supposed to know where the item had gone? She had no answer. "You better find it back, or else your lordship will hand you over too," Ning Qing said coldly before leaving without looking back. "You, Ning Qing, what do you mean by this?" Chu Qingge was furious. She chased after him for a few steps, but couldn't catch up. "Am I not even worth one of Han Yunxi's needles? Ning Qing, what do you want that acupuncture needle for?" As soon as Ning Qing left, he found the same guard from before and asked coldly, "Where's the item?" To reply, "Master, this subordinate couldn't get close to the medicine hut, so I don't know who has the item," the guard reported. Ning Qing's face was gloomy. After a while, he asked, "Can you find another one?" The guard looked troubled. He was about to reply when a warm voice spoke up. "Duke of Ning, what time is it now? You're still thinking about Han Yunxi's acupuncture needle? What do you want to do?" Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw that the person who had come was. Chapter 662. Looking towards the source of the voice, they saw a dignified newcomer with an extraordinary bearing. This was none other than Ning Cheng's little sister, Emperor Tianhui's youngest noble consort, the current grand concubine Ning-en. Unlike Ning Jing's shrewdness, Ning-en was a reserved and mature woman. Although she was Ning Cheng's little sister, she looked more like an elder sister. Chu Qingge was the Empress Dowager, while she was the grand concubine. Although Chu Qingge's clothes were extravagant and luxurious, Ning An's were plain and simple. She had the bearing and dignity of a head of the imperial harem. She was quiet by nature, but not an obedient person. She'd hidden herself in Emperor Tianhui's harem for years and occupied the position of noble consort. She didn't fight for it, kept her mouth shut, and never caused any trouble. "It's so late, but you're still out for a stroll?" Ning Qing asked. He treated Ning An differently from Ning Jing and Ning Noa, because Ning An's steadiness made him feel completely at ease. "I came specifically to find you. I heard about Empress Shui's affairs," Ning An said. "It's nothing major. I had no intention of keeping Chu Tianin around," Ning Qing said. Although he was reluctant to part with the Chu clan troops, he wouldn't leave someone he couldn't trust by his side for the sake of an army. He'd been keeping an eye on Chu Tianin over the past few days. Although he hadn't found anything suspicious, he still couldn't stop worrying. He couldn't bear to give the Chu clan troops to Long Fei Yi for nothing, either, so handing them over to Western Zhou and destroying them was the wisest choice. Ning An drew closer and looked at him seriously. "Even the Duke of Qin can't mess up your plans. Why did you lose your temper over a single needle?" "My subordinates didn't do their jobs well, so your lordship was simply teaching them a lesson," Ning Qing said coldly before turning to leave. "Really?" Ning An asked. "It's getting late. You should go back and rest. You should plan well about what I told you last time. Your lordship doesn't want her to live past this year," Ning Qing instructed coldly. "I've already made arrangements for that," Ning An pressed. "What do you want that needle for? You still have a plan?" Ning Qing finally lost his patience. "Do your job well. I don't need to explain my business to you. Big brother. Ning Qing was anxious. Unfortunately, Ning Qing ignored him and strode away. Ningen couldn't help but shake her head. Ever since her parents passed away, she and her brother had worked together to support the world. In the past, whether it was the Chamber of Commerce or the various affairs of the clan, Big Brother would always look for her to discuss. This was the first time her brother had been so rude to her. How could she have the ability to control him? She was only worried that the Golden Needle would not only ruin his plans, it would also hurt his heart. Mistress, the people sent by Miss Jing are still waiting outside the palace. Are you going to meet them? The palace maid asked in a low voice. I won't see him, Ningyan said indifferently. This isn't appropriate, right? The palace maid was a little worried. She wants me to speak up for her in front of Ning Wang. Look at Ning Wang's expression just now. Do you think this consort can still speak up for him? Ningyan's tone was very calm, but the servant girl was too scared to say more. Yes, this servant will send him away right away. Once the palace maid was far away, Ningyan chased after her. As the older sister, she could be considered an experienced person. She didn't want to see her sister's efforts go to waste. Tell Jing that enduring for a year is better than enduring for a lifetime, she said. For better or worse, Jing had chosen herself. She'd only have to suffer for a year. Back then, Ningyan had no choice. Her only choice was to take the medicine so that she wouldn't be able to bear children for the rest of her life. She wouldn't fight for favor or power. Thus, she could devote herself to worshipping Buddha in Emperor Tianhui's harem and pass her days peacefully. Ningyan took out a green jade hairpin and said, The eldest sister is the mother. This counts as my dowry for her. I won't be attending the wedding. After the palace maid withdrew, Ningyan gave a long sigh. She only hoped that there were still descendants of Western Qin's imperial clan left to live up to the Ning clan's loyalty. The only descendant of Western Qin's imperial clan was currently sitting in the East Qin crown prince's carriage. Despite her intelligence, she was still clueless about everything. Currently, Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi were on their way back to Yaoshui Prefecture. Duanmu Yao and Emperor Kong Cheng's reactions were within their expectations. Han Yunxi said, Ning Qing only has one path to take. He'll push all the blame onto the Chu clan and hand Chu Tianyin over to Emperor Kong Qing. Long Feiyi nodded. What about the two elders of the Chu clan? Of course he's keeping them. Without them, what can he use to threaten Chu Tianyin, the filial son? Han Yunxi smiled. If Chu Tianyin died in Emperor Kong Cheng's hands, then so be it. But what if he didn't die? He was still a descendant of the Nether clan. Long Feiyi took Han Yunxi's hand and patted it lightly. You're getting smarter and smarter. I've always been smart, all right? Han Yunxi said proudly. Long Feiyi was startled, then he burst into laughter. He'd seen many narcissistic women, but he didn't dislike this one. No matter how narcissistic she was, it was still self-confidence. Han Yunxi reminded him seriously, Long Feiyi, if you really do manage to save those two old things, you absolutely must keep them in your hands. You're getting more and more despicable, Long Feiyi said. I've always, Han Yunxi came to her senses halfway through her sentence and looked over disdainfully. There's nothing I can do about it. Those who get close to ink are stained black. Uncle Gao almost went astray when he heard their conversation. It was rare for these two masters to only use their mouths instead of their hands. From what he could tell, His Highness Duke of Qin was at a disadvantage. Although they were chatty, they still had to talk business. The fate of the Chu clan lies in Chu Tiannin's hands. Life and death are in his hands, Long Feiyi said. Chu Tianyin was in the most difficult position. Not only did he have to face the enmity of Emperor Kong Qing and Duanmu Yao, but he also had to face Ning Cheng's suspicions and Long Feiyi's test. If he wanted to kill his way out of these three predicaments, he had to make a choice. It all depended on what he left behind and what he gave up. Long Feiyi was still looking forward to Chu Tiannin's actions. After all, he was the one who'd thrown Tianning into chaos. Chu Tianning would probably make a move within the next few days. Han Yunxi suddenly asked, Long Fei Yi, why did Chu Tianning think of seducing you? Although there were no eternal allies or eternal enemies, Chu Tianning wouldn't go so far as to seek Long Fei Yi out. Long Fei Yi was at least half responsible for the Chu clan's current predicament. Because no one can help him besides your lordship. Although Chu Tianning had been persuaded by Gu Beiwei, Long Fei Yi's words were the truth. A few days later, Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi returned to the Yaoshui estate. They'd just gotten out of the carriage when Chu Shifeng came to report, Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei, Chu Tianning has admitted his crimes. Admitted his crimes? Long Fei Yi didn't understand. It counts as a confession. He admitted that he was the one who killed Empress Shui, and said that if Western Zhou wants to invade Fenglin Prefecture, they'll have to go through his Chu clan troops first. Chu Shifeng reported. What's he singing now? Han Yunxi was lost. If she hadn't known beforehand that Chu Tianning was planning to rely on Long Fei Yi, she would have believed that he was loyal and devoted to Ning Qing. Ning Qing hadn't even tried to shift the blame, but Chu Tianning had taken it all on himself. Interesting, let's wait and see. Long Fei Yi was intrigued. After eating some food in the courtyard, Han Yunxi hastily went to bathe and catch up on sleep. Long Fei Yi naturally headed for Gu Beiyue's quarters. Did you give Chu Tianning the idea? Long Fei Yi asked. Gu Beiyue shook his head. If he can't even solve a problem like this, there's no need for your highness to keep him around. Long Fei Yi was waiting for this answer. He sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. Gu Beiyue smiled. Your Highness Duke of Qin, is there anything else you want to discuss? Long Fei Yi wouldn't sit down unless he had something important to discuss. Every time, he'd leave as soon as he finished speaking without another word. Your dantian is damaged, so why was it able to reflect this prince's true qi? Long Fei Yi had been wanting to ask this question for a long time, and he just happened to have some free time today. This one has been pondering over it these past few days, but unfortunately, Gu Beiyue sighed. He didn't explain much, only saying indifferently, a doctor doesn't treat himself. So be it. Hand, Long Fei Yi said. Gu Beiyue was slightly taken aback, but he quickly extended his hand. He hadn't expected Long Fei Yi to take his pulse for a second time. Long Fei Yi felt for a long time, but couldn't find anything. Suddenly, he grabbed Gu Beiyue's hand and placed their palms together, once again transferring true qi to Gu Beiyue. Not long after, the true qi was reflected back. If Long Fei Yi hadn't been sitting so steadily, he probably would have been flung out long ago. Last time, it had happened so suddenly that Gu Beiyue didn't seriously feel it. This time, he closed his eyes and seriously felt the changes in his dantian. Long Fei Yi didn't disturb him, drinking tea while waiting. Gu Beiyue seemed to have discovered something and tried to circulate his qi. At first, it went smoothly, but after a while, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole face turning pale. What's the situation? Long Fei Yi asked. Gu Beiyue looked at him for a long time, then said seriously, This one's dantian, perhaps it can be saved. Why do you say that? Long Fei Yi was surprised. When he was injured, he had a blood clot in his dantian, seriously injuring his dantian and crippling his inner qi. Now, it seemed that it wasn't the case. Now, it didn't look like a blood clot, but more like a qi clot. Blood clot and qi clot could both cause serious injuries to the dantian, but the consequences were different. Maybe it's because the true qi clot in the dantian, causing the qi to not flow smoothly and unable to circulate. Gu Beiyue said seriously. Long Fei Yi was an expert, so he understood immediately. Gu Beiyue's true qi and inner qi might not have completely disappeared, but it could be because the true qi clot in his dantian, causing his inner qi to be unable to circulate. If the true qi was allowed to flow smoothly, there was a possibility that the dantian could recover, and once the dantian recovered, the inner qi could be restored. The thing that's resisting this prince's true qi is that clot of qi? Long Feiyi asked. It's very likely. Gu Beiyue's eyes revealed joy. It was fortunate that he could stand up. If he could recover his inner qi and the shadow technique, that would be extremely fortunate. If I lose it, it's my fate, but if I gain it, it's my fortune. Long Feiyi's eyes flashed with a touch of complexity, and he asked lightly, How sure are you that you can recover? Dissolving the blood clot wasn't difficult for Gu Beiyue, but the true qi and inner qi were completely lost, so the blood clot didn't have much of an effect. If there was a qi clot, the true qi and inner qi would still be there, but it was clotted and suppressed. Once it was unblocked, the true qi would cover the body, and the true qi would nourish the dantian, and the inner qi would recover in a few days. Unblocking the blood clot shouldn't be difficult for Gu Beiyue, right? Gu Beiyue didn't answer Long Feiyi's question, but smiled and asked, If this one recovers, will your highness still be at ease with this one? Chapter 663. If Gu Beiyue recovered his shadow arts, would Long Feiyi still be able to control him? Long Feiyi's reply was, If you need any good medicine, let your lordship know. So speaking, he rose to leave. Gu Beiyue watched Long Feiyi's retreating form with emotion. In the end, I didn't choose the wrong person. At this moment, Lil Thing slipped out from the side and jumped onto the tea table. It still didn't know that the gentleman had a chance to recover his martial arts, but was waiting for the day to come. Gu Beiyue held Lil Thing in his arms and gently scratched its chin. His voice was as gentle as water as he asked, Comfortable? Very comfortable. Just hearing his voice was soothing, much less being caressed. Lil Thing's expression was intoxicated, as if it had fallen into a pot of honey. What made it happiest was seeing the gentleman and Papa Long coexisting peacefully. Like this, it could watch over both the gentleman and Mama Yunshi without having to separate. Alright, go play by yourself. Be good. Gu Beiyue gently set it down, not forgetting to scratch its little ears. Go on. But Lil Thing's legs gave way and it fell on its butt. He was so gentle that its legs went soft. How could there be such a warm man in this world? Hungry? Gu Beiyue smiled, his smile as mesmerizing as the warm sun. Lil Thing rolled off the table and slipped away. If it stayed any longer, something even more embarrassing would happen. Gu Beiyue didn't know what was wrong with Lil Thing, but he didn't take it to heart. Since there was a chance to recover his martial arts, he'd be busy in the coming days. Silence reigned in the Yaoshui estate as Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi waited for Chu Tiannin's show while worrying about Tang Li's marriage. Ning Qing, who'd been unmoving this entire time, finally couldn't sit still. Neither Duanmu Yao nor Emperor Kong Qing believed Chu Tiannin's words. Duanmu Yao specifically asked Chu Qingge to come out and meet her, while Emperor Kong Qing wanted Ning Qing to withdraw his troops from Fenglin Prefecture and publicly apologize. Chu Tiannin, what did you say to Emperor Kong Qing? Ning Qing asked coldly. Chu Tiannin stared straight into Ning Qing's furious eyes. I was the one who killed Empress Shui. If Western Zhou dares to invade Fenglin Prefecture, they'll have to go through my Chu clan army first. Just say that. If Your Highness Ning Wang doesn't believe me, you can ask the people in the tent. When I wrote the letter, many people saw it. The people around Chu Tiannin were all arranged by Ning Qing, and had long since reported this matter to him. He was rather surprised that Chu Tiannin would take the initiative to admit his guilt. Back then, he had wanted to push all the blame onto Chu Tiannin and was worried that Chu Tiannin would refuse. Emperor Kong Qing isn't satisfied with handing you over? What else does he want? Ning Qing icily said. Your lordship's handing you over is giving him a way out. If he wants to go to war, your lordship isn't afraid of him. This one finds it strange as well. If your Highness Duke of Ning doesn't believe me, then I have nothing to say. You can do as you please. Chu Tiannin sighed helplessly. Duke of Ning, this one took the initiative to take the blame in order to clear your name. After all, Empress Shui was imprisoned in the Chu clan army this entire time. Neither you nor the Empress Dowager had anything to do with this matter. I never expected them to still cling onto you and the Empress Dowager. As this one sees it, Emperor Kongqing and Duanmu Yao don't just want to avenge Empress Shui, do they? Ningqing grew alert at these words. What do you mean? Chu Tiannin's 3 words immediately convinced Ningqing that he was referring to the Long Tianma. As this one sees it, Emperor Kongqing will use this chance to join forces with Long Tianma to attack Tianning from the east and west. Their target isn't this one or you, but the Empress Dowager and the young emperor, Chu Tianning said in a low voice. When he saw Ningqing's dark expression, he continued, Emperor Kongqing will use Empress Shui's murder as an excuse to launch a punitive expedition against Tianning. Long Tianma will use the excuse of Quang Jingji to eliminate the demon Empress Dowager and the young emperor. It's perfectly justified for the 2 of them to join forces. Ningqing glanced at his deputy general and asked, Has there been any movement from Long Tianma's side? Tian has been mobilizing troops ever since the western regions fell into chaos. They haven't made a move yet, but they're ready to make a move at any time, the deputy general replied. Ningqing narrowed his eyes and looked at him from the side. His expression was dark and callous as he rubbed his chin, his entire body emanating a dangerous aura. If Chu Tianning hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten about Long Tianma. After some hesitation, he said, Let's wait and see. Your lordship will see what they're planning. Then this one. Chu Tianning trailed off. Ningqing smiled coldly. What difference does it make whether you admit to those crimes or not? As long as your lordship doesn't let go, what can Emperor Kongqing do to you? Without a doubt, Ningqing wouldn't release the Chu clan troop. Once Emperor Kongqing and Long Tianma started working together, every single one of his soldiers would be nervous. Chu Tianning knew that he was safe for now. Chu Tianning clasped his hands to hide the mocking smile in his eyes. Many thanks to your Highness Duke of Ning. After Chu Tianning left, an attendant came to report, Your Highness Duke of Ning, the Empress Dowager is outside asking for an audience. That sounded laughable. The Empress Dowager wanted to see the Prince Regent, but she had to wait outside? But that was the rule in Tianning Palace. I won't see her. Ningqing felt annoyed at the sight of Chu Qingge. 3 days later, Ningqing didn't give Emperor Kongqing or Duanmu Yao any response. Emperor Kongqing couldn't bring himself to lose face, so he angrily ordered 10,000 troops to attack Fenglin Prefecture. Just like that, war broke out again. Ningqing didn't fear Western Zhou's troops at first. Since he didn't have to worry about Northern Li, he wanted to concentrate most of his troops against Western Zhou and end the war quickly. But Chu Tianning's reminder forced him to increase his guard against Tian and country. He could only accompany Western Zhou and slowly fight while keeping an eye on the situation. Actually, Emperor Kongqing didn't want to start a war, but Ningqing's attitude left him with no way out. When the Empress was kidnapped, he placed righteousness before family and refused to be threatened by the Chu clan troop. Now that the Empress was dead, he had to take a firm stance or else both he and Western Zhou would lose face. Meanwhile, Long Tianma only looked like he was itching to make a move, but he had no intention of doing so. Now that Western Zhou and Tianning were at war again, Great General Mu finally nodded his head. With the slogan, Kill the Demon Empress and Revive Tianning, he sent out his troops to start a small skirmish in Tianning's east to keep Ningqing in check. At the same time, he expressed his goodwill to Western Zhou and expressed his willingness to continue the marriage alliance. In this way, Chu Tianning's words to Ningqing were verified. It had to be said that Chu Tianning was a genius. As for Duanmu Yao, she waited a few days without seeing Chu Tianning, so she used Celestial Mountain's name to issue an edict to the Jianghu. She personally snuck into West Jing's imperial palace to assassinate Chu Qingge, but her internal injuries were too severe for her to hurt the woman. Still, Chu Chinga was frightened and on guard all day. She couldn't even sleep at night. In the end, Ning Qing didn't understand Emperor Kong Qing and Duan Muyao as well as Chu Tianyin. If only Ning Qing had given Emperor Kong Qing a way out of the situation, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Unfortunately, Ning Qing had fallen for Chu Tianyin's instigation. Chu Tianyin's given Ning Qing big trouble. Gu Beiwei grinned. Your Highness Duke of Qin, he's not a useless man, is he? Long Feiyi got straight to the point. Tell him that your lordship is definitely saving the Chu clan elders. Chu Tianyin was such a shrewd man that he'd be a disaster if he wasn't kept in check. Long Feiyi naturally had to keep the Chu clan elders in his hands. Could it be that your highness already knows their whereabouts? Gu Beiwei smiled faintly. Chu Yuni was the man who'd crippled his martial arts, but Gu Beiwei was still smiling at the mention of the man. It was hard to fathom. The day of Tang Li's wedding is the best time to save them, Long Feiyi said. Gu Beiwei immediately understood. The Chu clan elders were probably imprisoned in Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's headquarters. In a few more days, the consortium would hold a wedding, so it was a good chance to save them. Ning Qing had imprisoned the Chu clan elders in Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's headquarters, which was the safest place. No one would think that the Ning clan had any connections with the consortium. If Chu Tianyin hadn't revealed the truth, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi would never have guessed that the Ning clan was the D clan of yesteryear. Long Feiyi and Gu Beiwei both knew about the mystery of the D clan, but Ning Qing was still skeptical of Chu Tianyin. It was likely that he still didn't know that his family's secret had been exposed. Within a few days, the battle lines at the border between Western Zhou and Tianning grew longer. Meanwhile, Tianning and Tianning were fighting fiercely in the east. Ning Qing had no time to worry about Ning Jing's wedding. Meanwhile, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi had nothing better to do. Han Yunxi even had time to prepare a big gift for Tang Li. She and Long Feiyi went to visit the Tang clan for the second time. The night before, Long Feiyi received a letter from the old man in Kenzhou. It didn't mention anything about Empress Shui, but only asked how his body was doing and whether he'd recovered from his internal injuries. His master knew that he'd recovered from his insanity, which was why he'd written back. He didn't show the letter to Han Yunxi. Since his master hadn't mentioned Empress Shui, he'd just let it pass. By the time Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi arrived at the Tang clan, Lady Tang and Aunt Ru had already prepared the betrothal gifts for the marriage proposal. There were 10 Tang clan assassination weapons in total. One of them was the pear blossom rain needles that had run out of needles, while the other 9 were just ordinary weapons. According to Cloud Realm Continent's customs, the groom would go to the bride's family to propose marriage. The groom's mother would have to bring along 2 characters and a fortune-teller to confirm the date of the marriage. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to enter Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's headquarters. How could Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi pass it up? Lady Tang had long left 2 spots open for Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi to disguise themselves and go together. Unfortunately, Aunt Ru had second thought. As I see it, Yunxi shouldn't go. Han Yunxi looked at her doubtfully. Aunt Ru actually called her Yunxi. They weren't that close, were they? Before Han Yunxi could speak, Long Feiyi asked, Why? It's useless even if she goes. Why don't we have Chu Shifeng go instead? He can help when the time comes to save people. Aunt Ru's words weren't without reason. Han Yunxi didn't have the skills to help Long Feiyi save the Chu elders. Frightened, Chu Shifeng quickly refused. No need, no need. This subordinate only needs to follow His Highness when the time comes. There's no need to familiarize myself beforehand. What a conscientious subordinate. Han Yunxi immediately forgave him for cursing her in the past. Aya, it's settled then. Everyone go rest, we'll leave first thing in the morning tomorrow. Lady Tang smoothed things over. Although she wasn't satisfied with her daughter-in-law, she was still very happy that her son was finally getting married. The crowd was about to disperse when Long Feiyi stopped them all with a single sentence. Chu Shifeng, Stay here and find out just who colluded with Duanmu Yao to reveal the location of the Yaoshui estate. Chapter 664. Someone's colluding with Duanmu Yao? Everyone was stunned by Long Fei's words. Tang Zijin, who'd been silent all this time, suddenly rose to his feet. Someone from the Tang clan? It can't be one of your lordship's men, right? Long Fei Yi retorted. Just what's going on? Tang Zijin had dearly hoped that Long Fei Yi would marry Duanmu Yao. That way, he could not only control Celestial Mountain's power, but borrow Western Zhou's strength as well. But even so, he was clear that they were destined to be enemies with Duanmu Yao. Chu Shifeng explained the entire situation to Tang Zijin and Lady Tang, who were both stunned. Compared to their own clansmen, they trusted Long Fei Ye's Yaoshui estate more. They wouldn't dare to collude with Duanmu Yao or reveal any information. After all, Long Fei Yi was a ruthless man when it came to disciplining his subordinates. The Tang clan, on the other hand, was more talkative. But there aren't many people who know the location of the Yaoshui estate. Lady Tang mused. Lock up everyone who knows and interrogate them one by one. I refuse to believe we can't get anything out of them. Tang Li pressed his tongue against his lips as he narrowed his eyes, emanating a dangerous aura. Are they tired of living by colluding with Duanmu Yao? Right, interrogate them one by one. We'll use that, what's his name? Lady Tang didn't remember, but Han Yunxi reminded her. Rat, right. Rat torture. That's the one. Lady Tang rejoiced and gave Han Yunxi a look that said, You know what I mean. We'll definitely get something out of them with rat torture. Aunt Ru stood on one side, her lips pursed in a rare moment of silence. This is a big deal. It's better to kill the wrong person than miss the chance. Our Tang clan will never allow traitors to exist. Tang Zijin's expression was stern as he said sternly, Iru, don't go. I'll leave this to you. You and Chu Shifeng investigate thoroughly. No matter who it is, we won't tolerate it. Aunt Ru dearly wanted to go with Lady Tang to propose marriage, but the situation made her uneasy. She couldn't refuse. Aunt Ru, is there a problem? Long Fei Yi asked. No. How could there be a problem? Aunt Ru hurriedly said, Tang Li's marriage is a big deal, but this is even more important. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. Chu Shifeng, cooperate well. If there's any progress, report to me at any time. Long Fei Yi instructed. This subordinate understands. Chu Shifeng acknowledged respectfully. Long Fei Yi's tone and attitude weren't friendly at all. However, no matter what, Tang Zijin no longer dared to use his status as an elder to pressure him. Fortunately, the traitor incident didn't cause any major losses. Otherwise, even he, the sect leader, wouldn't be able to escape punishment. That night, Long Fei Yi stayed in Tang Li's courtyard. In Tang Li's words, he was very nervous the night before the marriage proposal because he had to have a heart-to-heart talk with his elder brother, Long Fei Yi. Han Yunxi stayed in Mrs. Tang's room. In Mrs. Tang's words, she was very excited the night before and had to find someone to plan some things with. As for Aunt Ru, Chu Shifeng had pestered her all night to investigate the traitor incident. She didn't get any rest at all. Early next morning, Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi put on the Tang clan's special human skin mask. Han Yunxi was disguised as Lady Tang's servant girl while Long Fei Yi was a guard. The two of them stood on either side of Lady Tang, looking like a perfect match. Although it was just a marriage proposal, the procession was still quite impressive. It was lined up in front of the Tang clan gates, far surpassing Han Yunxi's honor guard when she got married. Four guards led the way while Tang Li rode behind them on his tall horse. Behind them was Lady Tang's carriage, with Han Yunxi sitting inside with Tang Feijin. Long Fei Yi rode beside the carriage to guard it. Behind them were the wedding nanny and fortune-teller. The betrothal gifts were at the very back. Besides the 10 assassination weapons, there were also 10 carriages full of gold and silver. Lady Tang had only prepared 2 carriages as a formality, but Han Yunxi said, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium doesn't lack money. Neither does our Tang clan. No one else understood, but Lady Tang knew what she meant. Using her status as the clan head's wife, she bypassed the complicated procedures and ordered people to bring out 8 carriages from the storehouse. Everything was ready and they were about to set out when Aunt Rue rushed down the mountain. Wait! Lady Tang lifted the curtains and looked over unhappily. It's the auspicious hour. What are we waiting for? We'll talk when we get back. Didn't we agree on 2 carriages of betrothal gifts? Why are there 10 now? Aunt Rue asked. Lady Tang wasn't good at managing money, so she didn't even know how much silver she had in her pouch. Aunt Rue was the one in charge of money. We'll talk when we get back. It's not good to miss the auspicious hour, Lady Tang said unhappily. It's just a marriage proposal, so what's there to look at the auspicious hour? If we bring so many gifts, those who don't know will think we care about that girl a lot. 2 carriages are enough as a formality. Aunt Rue was a miser. Han Yunxi sat in the carriage with her eyes closed. She didn't want to argue with Aunt Rue. I only have 1 son, and the Tang clan only has 1 young master. No matter what, his marriage can't be shameful. This betrothal gift is the face of the Tang clan and Tangli. We can't lose it. It's settled. Men, let's go. Lady Tang was very decisive. Sister-in-law, didn't we already agree on this? Aunt Rue was anxious. Before Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi came, she and Lady Tang had been discussing this matter all day. From the marriage proposal to the wedding, to the marriage, and even how they would make things difficult for Ning Jing when they had children in the future. She gave Lady Tang many brilliant ideas, and Lady Tang accepted them all. They were just about to propose marriage, so why did she change her mind? What did Han Yunxi and Lady Tang talk about last night? Even if we agreed, it can change, Lady Tang said in a low voice. Lady Tang said in a low voice, don't interfere in Tang Li's affairs. Hurry up and find that traitor. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest easy. With that, Lady Tang lowered the curtains and the carriage set off. Aunt Rue watched in a daze, and her heart became more and more uneasy. Although Mrs. Tang liked to argue with her on some small matters, she would still listen to her on important matters. Lady Tang didn't even tell her about the betrothal gift. Ever since her sister, Tang Yuan, passed away, she had taken over her sister's role in investigating the perplexing butterfly illusion. She didn't have any say in other matters of the Tang clan. After all, her brother and sister-in-law were in charge. Later, because Lady Tang was lazy and didn't care much, she helped her. As she helped, her power grew, and she even took control of the Tang clan's finances. Aunt Rue was dedicated to the Tang clan and East Qin, but she was still selfish. After being in power for so long, she was always afraid of losing it. She was already the second in command of the Tang clan after Tang Zijin. She didn't want to fall to 3rd or 4th. At first, she was wary of Tang Li's wife, worried that the future young madam would take her place and take over Lady Tang's affairs. After Tang Li and Ning Jing's marriage was confirmed, she secretly exhaled in relief. Ning Jing would never be able to win Lady Tang's trust. But she never expected Han Yunxi to stick her foot in. It looked like she had to find a way to deal with that woman quickly, both for public and private reasons. Han Yunxi's group traveled for 3 days before Cloud Realm Trade Consortium sent a guide to show them the way. After rushing north for a few days, they reached a large canyon. The further north they went, the thicker the snow. In the south, the grass was long and the orioles were flying. Flowers were blooming everywhere, making it seem like summer. But in the north, especially in the mountainous regions, it was still chilly and the ice was beginning to melt. Before entering the canyon, the guide stopped and whistled to summon a group of black-robed attendants. What's the meaning of this? Tang Li grew wary. Young clan head Tang, please don't blame them. They're here to lead the horses. Please cover your eyes. It'll only take an hour to reach 10,000 Commerce Hall, the guide said respectfully. They didn't want them to know the way into the canyon, did they? but they'd only come to propose the marriage today for the sake of the medicine. Their main goal was to scout the way. And if this young lord isn't willing? Tang Li asked coldly. He sat atop a tall horse, his eyes cold and disdainful. Although his snow-white robes made him look like an immortal, his expression was that of an ignorant and incompetent hedonist. The guide couldn't understand why President Jing had been so blind to take a liking to such a person. He didn't dare to slight his future son-in-law. Young Lord Tang, please calm your anger. These rules aren't aimed at you, but are set by Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. Anyone outside of 10,000 Commerce Hall, even if they're on our side, must be blindfolded when entering the canyon. I hope you'll forgive us. How big is this canyon? Do we have to walk for an hour? Tang Li's expression was impatient, but he was testing the waters. The guide was smart enough to answer, the mountain roads are difficult to traverse. Walk slowly and be careful. In other words, we don't need an hour if we're fast? Tang Li asked again. The guide avoided the question. Young Lord Tang, let's hurry into the canyon. President Jing and the rest are already waiting for us. She can't wait. Tang Li chuckled, his tone full of ridicule. The guide was furious. President Jing was such a good woman, so how could she be stuck in a pile of cow dung and humiliated like this? The guide almost couldn't take it anymore, but in the end he suppressed his anger and pretended not to understand. Patiently, he urged, Young Lord Tang, let's go. Then let's go. Men, set out. Tang Li purposely ignored the blindfold, while Long Feiyi watched from behind, mulling over the guide's words. Han Yunxi and Lady Tang, on the other hand, were laughing up their sleeves in the carriage. Tang Li was so good at acting that they even wanted to give him a good beating. The guide couldn't bear it anymore and ordered the black-clothed attendants to stand in front of the carriages. Young Lord Tang, I heard that your mother has asked someone to calculate the auspicious time for the two families to meet. If you delay any longer, I'm afraid that the auspicious time will be missed. Please blindfold yourself and follow me into the canyon. The guide's tone was heavy. There are still 2 hours before the auspicious time, my mother calculated. Didn't you just say that it only takes an hour to enter? What's the hurry? In my opinion, let's rest here for an hour, and then we can enter the canyon, Tang Li said and waved his hand. Men, rest here. Bring me my wine. Should they go or not? The guide was eager to let these people go as soon as possible. President Jing wouldn't marry a playboy like Tang Li. However, he couldn't make the decision. Moreover, if he didn't take them to Wan Commerce Hall, it would be all his fault if his superiors blamed him. He sent someone back to report the situation here to President Jing, while suppressing his anger and patiently persuading him. Who knew that no matter how he persuaded, Tang Li wouldn't accept blindfolded entering the canyon. Ning Jing was already in a bad mood, and after learning about this, her whole person was in a bad mood. Whether they come or not, don't rush them. I'd like to see how long they can wait and see who is begging whom. She ordered coldly. Chapter 665. After receiving Ning Jing's orders, the guide felt like he'd vented his anger. He stopped trying to persuade Tang Li and smiled. Then young clan head Tang, you should rest first. We'll continue once you're not tired. So speaking, he sat down on a rock on the side, looking like he was determined to waste time with them. This Tang Li's mouth twitched. Actually, he didn't mind wasting time, but Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi still had to rescue the 2 elders of the Chu clan. Tang Li glanced back at Long Feiyi. It was up to them now. Long Feiyi couldn't figure out much from the guide's answers. He had long sent people to follow them and familiarize themselves with the terrain, but they didn't know the situation inside the canyon. He was afraid that they'd alert the enemy if they followed them inside. Once Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's people were on guard, it'd be harder to rescue the 2 elders of the Chu clan. Thus, he had to use the most conservative method. Long Feiyi coughed lightly, and Han Yunxi helped Lady Tang off the carriage. She didn't forget to secretly wink at him. Long Fei Ye's lips quirked up. Even if this woman was in disguise, she was still so mesmerizing when she blinked. Seeing his mother and Han Yunxi arrive, Tang Li continued his act. He quickly dismounted and shouted, "Mother, it's windy here. Why did you get off the carriage? Hurry and go back. Rest well. I'll have your daughter-in-law come pick you up later." Lady Tang glared at Tang Li before ignoring him and walking towards the guide. The guide quickly rose to his feet. "Lady Tang. This brother, my son, doesn't know any better. I ask that you don't lower yourself to his level for my sake," Lady Tang said seriously. The guide was flattered and bewildered, but Lady Tang quickly stuffed a large ingot of gold into his belt. "Just pretend that nothing happened just then. Don't tell anyone about it, either. Hurry up and bring the blindfolds. Let's enter the valley as soon as possible so that we won't miss the time." The guide touched the gold on his waist and knew that it wasn't light. He sneered in his heart. Young Master Tang didn't care about face, but Madame Tang still cared about it. If Tang Li continued to waste time here today, the Tang sect would be disgraced if word got out. "Madam, you're exaggerating. We didn't have anything to do just now. If you've rested enough, let's set off." The guide immediately gave in. Tang Li saw all of this. Although he did not understand the reason, he knew that there must be something wrong with the gold ingot. With his mother's temper, if he waited a little longer, she would probably turn back. Han Yunxi was really something. It had only been a few days, and she had already settled his mother? After dealing with his mother, would he still need to be afraid of his father? Thinking of this, Tang Li suddenly felt that he shouldn't think like this. Han Yunxi wasn't his wife, and it was useless to deal with his parents. With Long Fei Ye's protection, no one in the Tang sect would dare to bully her. "Why are you still here? If you miss the time, I'll punish you when we get back." Madame Tang scolded him fiercely when she passed by. Tang Li resentfully let the black-clothed servant put on the blindfold and didn't dare to say a word. The guide sneered at Tang Li's resentful appearance and whispered to the servant beside him, "Go and tell President Jing that young Master Tang is very afraid of Madame Tang. He's so afraid that he can't even fart. Madame Tang is afraid of missing the auspicious time, so she took the initiative to enter the valley." Would Tang Li be afraid of Madame Tang? In fact, Madame Tang was very nervous on the way back to the carriage. This was the first time she had yelled at Tang Li, and she couldn't bear to do it. After all, she had never raised her voice at Tang Li ever since he was born. She loved her son so much that her son's father was envious of her. After Tang Li and the others put on the blindfolds, the black-clothed servant led their horses forward. The guide secretly picked up the gold ingot at his waist, weighed it in his hand, and hid it in his sleeve with satisfaction. He didn't know until his death that it was this gold ingot that bought his life. The long line of marriage proposals soon disappeared into the canyon. The black-clothed servant was guarding the carriage, so Han Yunxi and Madame Tang couldn't talk for the time being. The two of them seemed to have endless things to talk about along the way, and they chatted day and night. Han Yunxi liked Madame Tang's temper, and Madame Tang liked Han Yunxi's character. Madame Tang secretly thought that if Han Yunxi wasn't Long Fei Ye's concubine, she wouldn't let Tang Li miss out on this daughter-in-law. More than half an hour later, the carriage stopped. The black-clothed servant took off their blindfolds and retreated. Han Yunxi lifted the curtains and saw that they were in the middle of a large garden. It was as large as Jiangnan's plum blossom garden. Could this be one of the gardens built in the canyon? Directly in front of them was a magnificent palace hall, resplendent in gold and jade, no less imposing than the imperial families. An old man dressed in soft, gold-threaded robes stood in front of the hall. When he saw Tang Li get off his horse, he slowly walked over. Tang Li's heart was filled with doubts. This old man's clothes were extraordinary, and his aura was extraordinary. The guide hurried forward to introduce him. "Old master, this is the young head of the Tang clan, Tang Li. Young clan head Tang, this is our President Jing's father, the old head of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium." Ning Jing's father? The head of the D clan? A complicated look flitted past Tang Li's eyes before he quickly bowed. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. For Ning Jing's father to come to an event like this without her mother, she must have passed away. Tang Li didn't care, so he didn't ask. At this moment, Han Yunxi arrived supporting Lady Tang. The old head was very gentlemanly as he hurried over to greet them. I presume this must be Lady Tang? Precisely. Old President Ouyang, nice to meet you. Lady Tang was just as courteous. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while before the old head invited Lady Tang and the rest into the main hall. Han Yunxi accompanied Lady Tang inside while Long Feiyi stood by the door. The old head was about to enter when he turned back to see Long Feiyi standing by the door. He smiled and said, Let's go in together. Old man's place is heavily guarded, please be at ease. These are the rules of the Tang clan. Just let him stand by the door, it's fine, Lady Tang explained. The old head didn't say anything more and entered the main hall. Han Yunxi was the last one to enter. She deliberately glanced at the guide, and found that he had left from the side. She thought she would see Ning Jing, but she didn't expect that there was no one else in the hall except for the maidservants. The marriage was a big event, the parents' order and the matchmaker's words. It was inappropriate for Ning Jing, the party concerned, to be present. However, this marriage was too special. With Ning Jing's temper and behavior, it would be abnormal if she didn't show up. Tang Li didn't see anyone around, so he was a little disappointed. Today, he came to propose marriage. He only needed to show up, but he couldn't say anything. So he just sat quietly aside. Lady Tang and the old head talked politely. It was nothing more than some pleasantries. After a while, they asked for Ning Jing's birth characters and asked the fortune-teller to arrange the marriage on the spot. The fortune-teller had arranged it in advance. No matter what the birth characters were, he would calculate the result that satisfied everyone. Han Yunxi was puzzled. Ning Jing was only 19 years old. She was younger than Tang Li by 3 years. She originally thought that Ning Jing wasn't young. A young lady who could take charge of the Cloud Realm Great Assembly wasn't simple at all. Putting aside all kinds of complicated relationships, Tang Li, a second-generation rich kid who didn't think about making progress all day, could actually make a profit by marrying Ning Jing. She sneaked a glance at Tang Li, wanting to mock him with her gaze. Who knew that Tang Li was distracted? The 28th of this month is an auspicious day. However, you must marry before noon. After noon, it's inauspicious. The fortune-teller said seriously as he stroked his beard. The old head and Lady Tang both nodded without any objections. The fortune-teller then talked about some taboo details. The two elders listened humbly and talked for more than an hour. Everything went smoothly. In the end, Lady Tang shot a look at the wedding nanny. Some things couldn't be said directly, so the nanny had to do the talking. The wedding nanny and old President Ouyang talked about the differences between their customs before finally bringing up the betrothal gift. Old President Ouyang, these are the betrothal gifts from the Tang clan. There are 10 Tang clan assassination weapons and 10 carts of gold, silver, and jewels. The nanny patted the chest with a chuckle. The Tang clan is the most generous in-laws I've ever met. Leaving aside the 10 assassination weapons, just these 10 carts of gold, silver, and jewels are the best betrothal gifts in Cloud Realm continent. The Tang clan is full of sincerity. President Jing is very fortunate. At this moment, Ning Jing's lips curved into a disdainful smile. 10 carts of gold, silver, and jewels was indeed a large sum, but she didn't care for them. The wealth she controlled and contributed to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium every year was more than 100 or 1,000 times more than these 10 carts. She was more interested in the Tang clan assassination weapons, because her big brother had specifically told her to keep them. President Ouyang stood up and looked over the gold, silver, and jewels one by one before his gaze settled on the chest containing the weapons. The wedding nanny quickly opened it up and saw 10 smaller chests inside. She opened them one by one before introducing the pear blossom rain needles. This is the Tang clan's second-rank treasure and has always been in the young clan head's care. Today, we're using the pear blossom rain needles as betrothal gift. It can be considered a token of young clan head Tang's sincerity. How considerate! President Ouyang's heart finally settled down. He was actually only Ning Jing's subordinate. Ning Jing had told him to put on a show and only told him to see the pear blossom rain needles, or else the marriage was off the table. Can I marry Ning Jing if I don't have a heart? Tang Li suddenly broke into a careless laugh. Those who didn't know better would think he was being frivolous, but Lady Tang and Han Yunxi knew that Tang Li's words had a deeper meaning. He'd already used up all the pear blossom rain needles, so all that was left was an empty shell without a heart. President Ouyang only smiled without answering Tang Li, but Ning Jing couldn't take it anymore. Ning Jing had already ignored this man, but his words made her look towards Tang Li. Seeing Tang Li's sitting posture and expression, as well as his tone of voice, she felt even worse. She could bear it when she heard her guide's report, but now that she saw this man's true face, she couldn't bear it anymore. How could she have been so blind back then? Besides his white robes, which part of this man looked like a banished immortal? Which part of him looked so handsome? How was she supposed to face him for an entire year? And she had to stay in the Tang clan. Ning Jing finally couldn't take it anymore. She walked out and asked coldly, Tang Li, if I say no, are you not going to marry me?